What's up, everybody? It's me, Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics auxiliary hazardous material storage facility somewhere in the world. How's it going, everybody? Don't ask me what that was. What's up, John? What's up, J-Money? What's up, Jeremy? How's it going, everybody? Hopefully you're all having a fabulous weekend filled with riches and treasures beyond compare. I don't know what that treasures would be. Define for yourself what the real riches were. The friends you made along the way, the eggs you found in the air ducts, the cash you found on the guy you ran over on the highway. You know who you are. Watching Sword of Doom as we speak. Oh, I love that movie. I love that movie so much. The main guy is so creepy and weird. And if you read like the story on that, it's based on one of the longest written works ever created. The work of an ultimate nihilist, as I understand. It's a real piece of work. Yeah. Just that opening scene where that old man is on the mountain and his granddaughter walks away and he's like, he makes some offhand comment to himself that is like, or I think he makes a prayer that's like, please let me die soon so that my granddaughter won't be burdened by me. And he's just right behind him like, your prayers have been answered, and just like chops this guy down because he thinks he's this bandit that was escaping up the mountains. Yeah, wish granted. I think specifically he's like, turned and kneeling, tells him to assume the prayer position. And then later when he goes back down, they're like, did you hear that bandit got away? Also, someone got murdered. He's like, oh, you can see the wheels turning in his head like, maybe I killed the wrong guy. Oh, well, just goes along on his way. Yeah, that's got some like great shots. I had like the desktop background on my computer for the longest time was a shot in the movie where he's trying to leave town. And all of these people from the village are trying to jump him on the road out of town. And he slays them all. And he's just standing there creepily with like a really psychotic look on his face. Just standing there in the misty woods surrounded by bodies. It's such a great shot. It's such a well shot movie. That dog is going nuts. And I know why he's going nuts, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's because my nephew is out there with his friends. He's got a bike. He's learning how to ride his bike. But I know they're also probably just hovering outside, which kind of drives me crazy, but like I can't, that's just my own anxiety thing. When like the dog is barking and there's an obvious reason the dog is barking, and the reason is because someone is standing there ignoring the dog and the dog is going crazy, and I'm just like, for the love of God, will you just move? Will you just move? What am I bumping? I keep bumping something. Bump my PS3. I was messing around with my PS3 the other day. It sits underneath my desk here for lack of space. Tell a lot of hallway fights are based on that fight. Yeah, that stuff gets like referenced to and drawn to a lot, and it's one of those things where like the like you'll see something and like, oh yeah, and then there was this continuous shot fight in Daredevil, and they pulled it from this is what my brother was telling me this. Like they pulled it from that ripoff of the Raid, that Dread movie. I'm like, no, that wasn't a ripoff. They were done simultaneously. It's just coincidence. It's like, okay, well, it was like the Raid. And I'm like, yeah, or Old Boy, or like a number of other movies beforehand. I always go back to like the one set of movies. It's like my one trick pony that I got. Probably everybody's heard that. What's up, Joshua? Soup? Why are you buying clothes at the soup store? It's one of my favorite bits. What's up, Crooked Gamer? How's it going? Tombstone, the alley. Not Tombstone. It's but it is set in the West. Although it's set during like Prohibition, Tommy gun era. It's Last Man Standing with Bruce Willis, Christopher Walken, Fistful of Dollars, and Yojimbo. And then prior to Yojimbo, The Glass Key, right? Because if you watch The Glass Key, which is based on a Dashiell Hammett story, there's the bit, if you have seen Yojimbo, the bit where they beat the guy down. They have him captured. They beat him mercilessly, and then they leave him with the door open, and he decides to make his escape, but he can't really walk, so he crawls out. But instead of crawling to the door, he hides in the room, like in this like trunk, so that when the guards come back, they see the door open and they're like, "Oh, he must ran away." And then he uses that to get out, and someone else carries him out of there. They use that in Yojimbo. It's in Fistful of Dollars. It's in Last Man Standing. So even though Kurosawa, either Kurosawa or the production company sued Sergio Leone and or the production company for Fistful of Dollars for like blatantly lifting from the film, Kurosawa also blatantly lifted from other films. But there's always like a preceding chain that something got based off of. You can always go further back. What's the Digimon Pokemon argument? You know, throw at the same time. Yeah. Why is YouTube changing words? I think it's like offering some kind of autocorrect, which I haven't seen before, but wouldn't surprise me if they're going crazy with it. It seems like every day there's some new quote unquote feature that's just some bugged out nonsense. Doing well, just chilling, playing Subnautica last night. Yeah, I saw that. I'm meaning to check that out. Now that the second one is out, it's old enough for me to consider it. But it did look like a neat game. Got a copyright and open door. Yeah. But if you have seen Yojimbo and Fistful of Dollars, like there's no debate there. Like down to like, even though Fistful of Dollars is a Western, everyone has guns, they still find a way to slip a scene in that only mostly makes sense if people are running around with swords. They just replace it with a katana. If you've seen it, I think you knew the scene. It's where he stages an attack. It doesn't really work so well with guns, but yeah, it's a great movie. I love all those movies. Last Man Standing is probably my only favorite. It's a decent movie, but it doesn't quite work. New Lego Batman, new James Bond video game. So until you mentioned it last time, Judd, I didn't know there was a new Lego Batman game. I do know that the James Bond video game. What was it? First Light? Last Light? Something light. I'm curious about it. I'm curious about how the game looks, but I'll have to see what it's on. I probably won't play it for a while. I wasn't like super excitedly waiting for it, but it does, you know, it looked like it was doing pretty good and it looked pretty interesting. I have enough games. Like I really got to scale back on the games. I'll try Mina the Hollower. Gonna turn to a rat. That's from the Shovel Knight people, isn't it? Yeah, I know that one's been cooking for a while, so I hope that does well for them. And the more accessible cinematic Hitman. Oh, that is cool. Hitman's a good series. But yeah, it can be. I don't know. I like Hitman because like you could get as crazy as you wanted to, or you could just be wretched. I mean, there's a certain limit to it. You can't just like. I don't think you can just kill everybody. You gotta have some stealth. I was looking up Sword of Doom. I just looked down at this. Based on a serial novel same titled by Kaizen Nakazato. There's multiple versions of this. There was like a TV series as well. Oh yeah, it also suggests the film's final freeze frame should be looked at as a pause while awaiting later installments that were never made, rather than because the story and the Sword of Doom continues like well past that. Dai Bosatsu Toge was the work. Satan's Sword, 1960 film, the first in a trilogy. 1966 Sword of Doom, and then a 1957 movie. Let's say the 66 is the one that I'm familiar with. The Great Bodhisattva Pass, upon that work was based, ran from 1913 to 1941. Comprised 41 volumes, remains unfinished. What is considered one of the longest written works. It's very interesting, and if you read the story, like summary for that, or check out like the other media that produced from it that picks up at different points in the time, it just gets even crazier as it goes on. Like what goes on in this guy's life as he just loses his mind. The game I played was Deus Ex. Became a hacker. I once beat a whole area sitting on a computer. Oh yeah, those games are like, well, the Deus Ex one, I don't think it's the start of, but it was a big chunk of the immersive sim genre, I want to say, where there's just like, there's stuff everywhere. There's all kinds of things to do. Watching the 90s Japanese anime show, Stereo Experiments Lane. Oh, that show is so good. I don't know how it is held up. I haven't watched it in a number of years, but that fascinated me when I first saw it. And how much it ties to or references like actual history of the development of the internet, and proposes a pretty crazy view of where that takes things in terms of human communication and what it means to the human consciousness. I found it very fascinating. There's some games produced off of that have some translations. I think that there's a PlayStation game you can play via browser. It has a translation, but the version on the PlayStation is lacking subtitles, so you can play it on the browser. But it's an interesting bit from that time. Feels very real, like they just knew. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people with wild ideas could kind of see where things were going, even back then. When you consider, if you were around then, what the internet was like in like the late 90s and very early 2000s, very, very different from today. Yeah, but that show is like really, really good. really, really enjoy that show. I like the other stuff, like the writer or character designer for that has done. He's done some weird stuff. Did a lot of work on Digimon stuff. I think I have volume of that on DVD. Don't remember anything about it. It gets like, so this was like a lot of anime in the era was gunning for this kind of like surreal, cerebral, less action, more story, and like weird, thought-provoking stuff, which was the style of the time. Didn't quite last. It turns out there's not a tremendous amount of money in it, but that was a very popular series. But it deals a lot with like the internet and how the internet coalesces into reality and starts to take on, like, become like an extra layer of reality. And there's like weird conspiracy stuff going on and pseudo-religious stuff going on. It's very interesting. It's just Japan, look at France, stuff like Code Lyoko, Mega Man with Battle Network, Fahrenheit 451 predicting cell phones. Yeah. Or like the 13th Floor, the book that's based on. I forget the name of it off the top of my head. Simulacrum, I want to say, which weirdly predicted like the importance of advertising and people's desire to get away from advertising. Like I don't know if you've ever seen the 13th Floor. I talked about this before. The 13th Floor was like a post-Matrix movie, and the crux of the movie is like you're actually living in a simulation. Like people make a simulation of like 1920s LA, and then someone gets killed, and the reason they got killed was because they are actually in a simulation of a future time. I Google one of the Google suggestions. What is serial experiments lane even about? Yeah, yep. And like I feel like it may, if you're not paying real close attention, it may not all click. Even if you are paying close attention, some stuff may fly past you the first watch through it. If you think about it a little bit, like I think it all comes together. I thought it did. With the original, like 13th Floor. The simulacrum that the movie is based off of, they create a simulation, and the purpose of the simulation is for market research, like advertising market research, because they are required by law to answer like market research calls like within certain amounts of time. Like if someone calls you like, I'm calling from Colgate for market research, you are required by law to answer these questions. And it pisses people off. And so this company's been developing this very complex simulated reality that they can then impose market research on the simulated reality so that they can abolish actual like people, pollsters calling you constantly. And then they find out that they are actually within a simulation from a further, like a layer above of reality that wants to shut down their simulation because they're using the simulation for the same purpose. Like you build a simulation to use for market research, and that simulation gets tired of being used for market research, and they make their own simulation to use for market research, which you no longer have access to. You can't have that. It's parodied in Rick and Morty, which I enjoyed the show. I'm not a huge like Rick and Morty. I'm not one of those like you have to have a high IQ to enjoy the show. But they parodied that in a Rick and Morty episode about a battery. Like their fuel cell was like a simulated like reality where they were generating like a little microverse where they were generating power. But then they started making their own simulation to generate power, which meant they weren't getting power anymore. That's where that all comes from. That's the 13th Floor in the original works it was based off of. Let me see what the novel was. There's also, I've never seen the German TV series version of it. Simulacron III, 1964 novel. So 1964, they already predicted like people, having information harvested for marketing purposes. It's wild. It's based on a real theory. If we are in a simulation, then we would be in simulation. Who knows how many layers? Oh yeah. Here's something I love. I don't want to like drive people crazy to think about this stuff because you really shouldn't think about it. Like, just don't worry about it. But I love when they do scientific research to try and like disprove that we are living in a simulation by making tests at the far reaches of the known universe to look for. And I know this is not what they actually looked at, but the way they phrased it in a dumbed down manner is basically looking for pixelization on the edges. They're basically seeking out the draw distance limits of the simulation to prove whether it is or isn't. But I just think that, like, if your math is all based on the simulated math, I would assume that they had designed the simulation so that, like, if anyone looked, it would, you know what I'm saying? It would, like, it would all close up. Like, according to our calculations, reality is this big, and they couldn't make it bigger than this. And it's like, yeah, that's because we lied to you and told you it was that way, and our reality is not that way. which to me just means like, how could you prove or disprove that? I don't really think you could disprove that if you were living in a simulation. In the movie, the way they do it is the guy just drives to the outskirts of town and he sees like the edge of the rendering. And I'm like, yeah, that's a terrible simulation then. If it's just like, I got on a bus out of town and then there was nothing there. Like, I feel like people would figure that out before. Closest thing saying that I'm not a physicist, apparently atoms behave differently when you were looking at them. Yeah, I mean, it's like the theory, like quantum theory, that there are subatomic particles that exist in a superposition state. They exist in multiple states simultaneously, and the act of observation locks them into one state or the other. They talk about with Schrodinger's cat, but Schrodinger's cat, the whole thought process of Schrodinger's cat was not made to explain quantum physics. It was made to criticize the, at the time, theory of quantum physics and how it wasn't legit because you couldn't scale it up. It's meant to be so ridiculous that you can be like, yeah, there's no way that's real. Smooth nonsensical loophole. Simulation could somehow perceive a higher resolution as being rendered. Yeah. I've seen glitches in simulation. You ever experienced deja vu? It's a glitch in the Matrix. That was what they used to call it back in the old days. But the whole idea of Schrodinger's cat, like, very loosely explains the idea of it, that you have a cat in this box that you can't observe that has a vial of poison. I want to say it's a vial of poison that is like sealed by a radioactive material that has a chance to decay. And if it does, it will release this poison and kill the cat. And the idea is that until you observe the state of this, the cat exists simultaneously in a living and dead state. Both possibilities exist simultaneously within the box, but neither of them are fully materialized as reality until you open the box to observe it. But I think like one of the things that gets left out of that is there is like a particle in there that has to be observed to change. That is like what you're looking at. But it's just that the cat being alive or dead is a consequence of that particle. They're talking about the particle changing based on that. It's dead in the world. Well, there's no stipulation on how much time it's in there, Jeremy. Assume it hasn't been in there long enough to suffocate, right? Assume that's a very good thought. Welcome, Flash. Welcome, Undercast. That is a good thought. Because it's not specified in my example that the cat is like, the cat's got plenty of food and water and its favorite radio is on, you know. Yeah, going to take over the world. I mean, I people that push AI will. They'll get all the money and more money than God. I love the AI theory. I just don't believe it. I don't believe the numbers that they propose for this stuff. All relies on like the ridiculous theory of continual growth, like perpetual nonstop growth. Line goes up. And the best example is like how much a person's weight increases from like when they're first born to within the first year. And if you take that number and extrapolate it over 80 years, you know, it's an impossible increase in mass that is like totally unrealistic. That's not a perfect analogy, but the numbers that the AI companies would have to reach, the amount of growth that they would have to obtain is insane. And people are like, oh, they could do it because they grew this much over the past 2 years. And it's like, it doesn't work that way. Schrodinger's cat sounds like a very egotistical theory. Because if I don't see it, it's not real. If I didn't see it, it didn't happen. If I close my eyes, I'm invisible. Yeah, you should. I recommend reading up on Schrodinger's cat, like the actual like reason behind it and what it actually meant. Because anytime in like mass media they talk about quantum theory. Someone will put that out there to kind of explain it in layman's terms to somebody else. But it's like, it's the worst mechanism, I think, to use to explain it because of what it actually meant. It goes along the line with like drinking the Kool-Aid. Like the reality of it is very different from what the expression is tied to. This is simulation. We are AI. Could be. We could be brains in jars. There's no telling what we are. None of us could be real. We could all just be existing in the dreams of a greater being. I mean, I would assume that like one of us is real. Someone here may be real. And then we all exist in their dream, but that may not even be the case. What's up, Jum Jum? Look at the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. Look at the options such as one-button fatalities. One-button fatalities? That's quite generous. Saying the AI did not cheat. MK1 and 2. Villain came 3s. Is there just an option that is like, don't cheat? Or is it like a difficulty slider? Well, very nice. I haven't seen what the what was on the. I haven't checked out the Legacy Collection because I would probably just play them all on like OG hardware. Double slit experiment is pretty compelling. Yeah, like the double. I think the double slit experiment is the better explanation. I think that the reason they use the Schrodinger's cat is because like it's easier for people to wrap their head around. I think the double slit has like requires enough of understanding of things potentially that it may not be like that clear to people. But that is the better explanation. Because it's one that is like, it's actually used. Difficulty slider. Gotcha. Work on my that typo in years. But see, the word combat is, but in the stylized title of Mortal Kombat, it's combat with a K. Right? It's like, we all know Mario is spelled with an L. But they stylized it with an M. If anybody believes that, I've got some property in Brooklyn to sell you. Before we get to the game, which I will get to soon because it has been about the half an hour, that mandatory half an hour of jib-jabbing. One thing I wanted to talk about was streams changing for the future. I mentioned it briefly in the Discord. I have, for a lot of reasons, been wrestling with the idea for a while now of changing my stream times to be basically like 4 hours earlier in the day. Right. So right now in the usual week, I would start streams 7 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to move that to 3 p.m. Eastern starting next week. Wednesday is the next stream I'll be around on. I won't be back on Monday. The unfortunate consequence of that is Tuesdays and Thursdays I'm on the road. And so I Tuesday and Thursdays are just kind of like wiped out for the time being because I won't be around for that. But it does help me on those days because those are the days I'm helping my father out. Lives an hour away from me, needs a lot of help around the house, doctor's appointments and grocery shopping and cooking and things like that. And it takes some of the pressure off of me, and I don't feel like I'm in as much of a rush to make it back those nights. Because it's an hour to hour and a half drive. Could be longer if there's traffic or construction. And it's kind of stressful, to be honest, when I'm coming back. And I don't like having to watch the clock and be like, sorry, Pops, I got to get out of here. So that takes some of that out. But a lot of it's just like a lot of things have changed in the past year to 2 years. And when I started, the evening was really convenient, and it just isn't anymore. I got a lot more going on. And I feel very pressed for time leading up to the start of stream, even on the days that I'm not on the road. And it's mostly just there's a lot of overlap with stuff going on in the evening, a lot more in the afternoon. So I'm going to give it a try for a while. I am worried. You're expressing my concern right there eloquently, J Money. It's not convenient for me. Believe me, that is like a huge concern of mine that, a lot of people have watched my streams at the time that I stream because that is a convenient time for them who may no longer find it convenient to watch Jum Jumington streams if they're much earlier in the afternoon. That's why I'm going to try it for a while. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm running from you. I'm specifically cutting you out. I don't know why anyone would think that, but that's how my mind works. What I fear people would think. it's just a time that will work a lot better around what I got going on these days, and kind of free up some anxiety about stuff in the evening. Time when it's stream, it was 3 p.m. Eastern. 3 p.m. Eastern. Will be the Wednesday stream. We're gonna see how it goes for a while. It's a big thing if you have to change. You could talk to like any streamer about this. If you have to change your times, like you might lose people because like that's you know, oh, you moved to an earlier time. Well, I'm at work. I'm in school. I'm sleeping. It's 3 a.m. for me. All of that sort of stuff. So it's not a decision that I make lightly. It's something I've been wrestling with for probably the past year in total. Like, maybe I should change this. This would really work out better. Because there have been times where like I was just unable to stream because like I had some overlap with stuff in the week, the evening, and it's like I could have pushed this back 2 hours and still been able to do it, but like then it gets too late. And now especially now, like just Wednesday the test for a new time. It's the test for the new time. I'm gonna do it for the next couple of weeks, and we'll see how it works out and see if it improves things offline. If it takes some of the pressure out of some of the other stuff, we'll see how that works out. It's just Wednesdays the next time I have a stream, and because it knocks out Tuesdays and Thursdays, we will be looking at Monday, Wednesday, Friday streams, and then the Sunday stream. The good news is break is over. All right. Illinois, see you later. Oh, that's some wild autocorrect there. All right, Joshua, thanks for dropping by. And as always, I'll catch you on the next one. But Fridays, like, there's potential I could go later on Fridays, have like a longer, like, kind of marathon session on a Friday. So I might be signing off right when I get off work. Maybe I can still catch it here and there. Yeah, and it is like, because I know a lot of people. I mean, that was a lot of why I picked the time to stream when I had. It worked well enough around a lot of things going on in my life, and a lot of the people that I had interacted with before in my old video days, like I had a general idea, like people are going to be working, you know, and then so this time is like, for a lot of people, not everyone, is a convenient time for people to be out of work. But it's just not working for me right now. And it's kind of like I could keep going the way I'm going, just streaming a lot less. And I would rather stream more, but I also like it's balanced out with I don't want to do it if like everybody who has been watching me all these years suddenly can't tune in anymore. And it's like, well, that kind of sucks. Like if I don't get to hang out with y'all, then that takes a lot of it really takes the wind out of my sails there. I missed some stuff in chat here. Pac-Man is supposed to be the everyman. So hey, World 3 Party Ghostly Adventures Channel. Is Pac-Man supposed to be the everyman? Doctor that aging him down to be a high schooler. Being fully charged. She's distance up from the version of Pac-Man. Pac-Man's got some weird versions because I feel like he didn't. Really, you go back to a lot of those characters. It's like so much of the story is like cooked up after the fact, and it's like, you know, take your pick which one solidified into like that's what it is. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, because there probably still will be about like a 4, maybe 5 hour stream on those evenings, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday potentially longer. We'll see how it goes. It's like it feels like it's a big difference, but not like I'm just sliding it my 4 hour stream 4 hours earlier. Actually, I know, spell it out, and it's pretty big. So I'm nervous about it. But I gotta change some stuff. Because I'm kind of like frying myself out, like trying to erase this stuff. One of the big things was like prior to the events of last year, I would fix myself something to eat. Like I was pretty much responsible just for myself in most aspects of life. And so I would eat like much earlier in the day. And even if I was like getting down to the wire, I'm just like, let me just fix something real quick and eat it. I wasn't eating great, but it was easy to like just feed myself quickly and conveniently. Now that's not the case anymore. And now I'm like, I'm taking on handling cooking, not universally, right? But I do more cooking now, and I want to do even more of that cooking to make sure that the people I live with have something to eat when they get back from whatever they got going on. And I have been doing that, but first there was like Tuesdays where my nephew is over, and I would get back from my dad's so late in the evening that it was like, I don't have time to cook something, but I don't want to feed my nephew fast food all the time. It's not good for him. So I cut Tuesdays out for a while because it got to be too much, the times were too tight. And then like the rest of the days, there's just like, I want to be able to cook something because it's primarily like my stepdad. And like he's an adult. He can cook for himself. But I'm gonna be real with you. If I leave him to do all of the cooking, he's gonna eat his diet's gonna be very unhealthy. This isn't a slam against him. He's just, especially right now, like a lot of stuff is still fresh. He's still recovering from things. He's still getting used to the way things are now. I would just like to take some of that pressure off by actually cooking something for him. But if I cook something for him now, it's like it's sitting on the stove getting cold for like a good hour to 2 to 3 hours because I'm starting the stream. And then that's when he's around is when I'm streaming, and I just never see him. We never really talk to each other. We talk to each other a little bit in the morning, a little bit very late at night. I don't know. He's been struggling with stuff. Like it's been rough on him, and it would just make things a little bit easier. It may not be permanent. It may just be a short-term thing. Short being relative, but we'll see. I'm hoping it can help with some of that stuff. But yeah, I'm not like, I don't want to, be misunderstood or be like, this guy just can't do anything. Like that's not really true. But you know how it is if you're like, because I struggle with this myself. If you're not really motivated, it's just like, well, I can just microwave something. What do you got going on there? What do you got going on? I always have trouble. I always laugh when people comment on like the profile pics. I can barely see them. And I never understand. Oh my gosh, Jeremy, what are you doing? Oh, I can feel my heart dying from the the cholesterol in that image. Let's go over to the game screen. All right, we got this going here. Everything's like working okay, but like there's some behind the scenes stuff in my OBS that is messed up right now because I'm way too reliant on automation through the Stream Deck. And the last update they put out for the OBS plugin for the Stream Deck broke stuff, and they still haven't fixed it. And I didn't realize that until today. It's like, oh, this is weird. I can't change the visibility of items within a nested scene. Well, I use a lot of nested scenes. So like there's a lot of stuff that I just can't access. And the way they have the updates set up, like you can't pick your version. Unless you manually back up all the stuff yourself, you can't roll it back. So I'm just stuck waiting for them to fix it. And I'm like, oh boy. The amount of times like where I'm just not working on this computer when I'm not streaming. And then I come back after a couple of days and it's like, all right, good to go. And the computer's like, I have updated myself and broken everything. Like, oh, son of a bitch. Why would you do this to me? Yeah, I didn't want to go into like a long, like crazy long explanation for the time change, but we'll see. And if you're not able to make it, you know, during the time, you know, number one, I would say like, I don't. These are about equal. I don't want to sound like super egotistic and be like, don't worry about me, because you may be like, I don't give a crap about you. I care about being entertained, and I can't do that now. I don't think anyone's saying that, but you know what I mean. Like, I'm not. If I don't see you here, I'm not going to be like, they hate me. But I do feel bad if like the time just does not work. And I don't have like a number that it's like, hell, as long as 30% can make it. Like, it's just, you know, we'll see. Yeah, I don't believe anybody's like that, but this stuff is all about my own anxiety and not like anyone else's behavior. I'm a man just like filled with it. Every time I think of something and it's like, if I say this, I'm going to sound awful. And people are going to be like, what the hell? That's almost never the case. Let's take a quick rundown. Take a look at some characters. I didn't want to do that. Just wanted to inspect. Oh, I can't inspect until I bring people on the team. We'll put Ryan in the team for right now. We'll take a look at him. Oop. Got the wrong person. Sorry, Dumb Drum. But Chaos is our current thief du jour. Just see who will be. Yeah. It is just like, I feel like it was something that was going to have to happen sooner or later. Saying you don't care if I live or die. Jeremy, no! Stop feeding my anxieties, Jeremy. I know you don't mean it. All right, J Money. See the J. You know who I'm talking to. Get myself all confused. Yeah, it's I mean, it's something I thought about like since I started. Like after the first year, I was like, you know, it'd kind of be nice to start like early in the day, but I'm kind of established now. And now I'm just at a point where it's like, I gotta take that, I gotta tear that Band-Aid off. I gotta make this move. But yeah, I hate to do it. And I know like you can talk to anybody who's streaming, if you get established at a certain time, or have to make like wild swings in time, like it can be rough. It can be rough. You'll notice the absence of names like very quickly. We got Ryan, level 11 human fighter. I would say he needs quite a bit of experience for the next level, but I think that's where everybody's at. Once you get to level 11, like the XP requirements start really getting higher. Decent HP, not amazing. He's still a few points away from reaching the Lord status. And I'm kind of wrestling now that I have firsthand experience with the samurai. I kind of wonder the utility of that. It would be nice to have somebody with more priest spells, but it feels like it'd almost be better just to have a high level priest retrain into a fighter for hit points and better armor. What's up, Brandmo? Best version of Sonic from Sonic Underground. Sonic Underground? I'm not familiar with Sonic Underground. I was never a big Sonic fan. So I guess you could list like any Sonic title and I really wouldn't be able to tell if it was real or not or where it fit in everywhere. What's up, Renmo? Welcome in. People don't like changing streaming time or channel's name. No, I don't like don't go through any of that, the idea of any of that stuff. Gravity Circuit's announcement tower of 1 p.m. Eastern. I wonder what they're gonna announce. We have some kind of update or some crossover or something. I'm curious about that. Jim will be 3 p.m. Wednesday. Be streaming same hours. You will not. You are not streaming that late in the afternoon. Typically, no, not that late. Are you gonna move your time just to overlap with my time? You son of a bitch. Oh yeah, that's what Jeremy was referring to the announcement that I'm going to be moving stream times to 3 p.m. Eastern for the foreseeable future. All right, so Ryan's got decent stats. I don't have the numbers up in front of me right now, but he's a couple points away in, I want to say 2 stats from reaching that. And I haven't pulled it. I got to put him back in the field to fight more. There's Jeremy. You got those marks, man. That's all the enemies he's killed. 401. He's really wrecking it out there. He's our dwarf fighter. 170, highest hit points by far out of anyone. Some mighty stats there. The luck is not great. I really got to swap out the equipment, though, and give Jeremy the better armor. Poor Jum, whose strength has abandoned him, really doesn't need it. But you can see, like, the comparison, 74,000 for Ryan, 106,000 for Jeremy from 12 to 13. Like, those numbers are climbing. Pump those numbers for trying to kill your fellow streamers in Mario Kart Party. Yep. Yeah, there's Silas. Silas is solid. 69 hit points is a nice number, but it is not, it could be higher, but at least it stopped at a nice even figure. It's very piety. Get the 18 piety. That's what you want in a priest. Almost reaching the max spell level. I got like one more level to go before we get those ultimate priest spells. And I thought about possibly retraining Silas as another class as well, but I don't know if things are working very well for that. I don't know how much we need that. Getting more spells, especially like the AoE spells, is really useful, but only if you don't have to sacrifice like hit points and the ability to stand on the front line. There's Judd as our bishop. Actually not too bad on the level there. But you can see, like, compared to the XP, you know, once we hit level 11 like that, the next XP gain is going to be much, much bigger. I'm just drinking, smoking, playing blackjack. The corrupt priest. So close. This is like the second place most kills is Judd, who's just been like crushing enemies with AoE spells. That one spell that will just like half the time it just kills everything in one go is just amazing. Unfortunately, Judd shifted away from being a mage before obtaining the maximum level of mage, but that's why we got Ben, who's climbing closer to that. Still needs 120,000 points, but Ben's getting up there. And of course, other cast, the bestest hobbit. Bestest of the bestest hobbits. Not too bad HP. AC is okay. It's really, actually, it's not that bad, all things considered. You know, the priest and mage are definitely way worse shape. But the HP kind of holds back. But that's why Chaos fights from the back line. Good on agility, good on luck. Other stats not really shooting up there. They're not bad. They're just not like super great. So now I will say, I was about to say, like, the stats are never going to be good enough to become a ninja. You have to have all 18 stats to become a ninja. You also have to be evil, and you can't shift to neutral alignment. Neutral is always neutral. Good can become evil, and evil can become good, but not the other way around. I'm going to take Ryan out for right now. We're going to bring Jum in. Level 10 Samurai. Stats are rough. Consistently losing strength level to level. And that's one of the downsides when you change classes, that all of your stat bonuses revert. You can end up with much, much worse stats, and that's what's happened to Jum. And it's not, the Samurai isn't what's done it, it's just RNG. I've got some very bad luck rolls through the 10 levels of Samurai that I've attained that have consistently taken stats away instead of gaining them. Experience level was crazy. Yeah, once you get to like level 11, like every level past that is like so much higher. It's almost impossible. Yeah, get up and down numbers random. Yeah, so I think there are items somewhere in the game that you can use to raise stats. I haven't found any yet. There's also an item that you can use to just change. I think it only works on thieves. You could just change a thief into a ninja automatically, regardless of alignment or stats. In the old school, I don't know how well it works in this because I haven't seen high enough bonus levels. But in the original Wizardry, certain races, I want to say humans mostly, could potentially get enough bonus points to give you high enough stats to start as a samurai out of the gate. And so if you kind of knew what your stats needed to be level 1, and you would just make a character, and if it didn't hit the minimum stats you want it to be to ensure you could reach higher stats, you would just dump that character and make a new one. Which a lot of people did in tabletop RPGs. Like, if they didn't get enough 18s on their 3d6 stat roll, they would just throw the character away and roll a new one. Super Mega Race Times, yeah. There's some cool treasure to be had, like later on, further down. We haven't achieved a lot of that. I need to change out the equipment. Blade of Biting, yes. Sturdy Plate. I'm gonna take that off. Okay, so we're going to... Oh, I gotta trade. Nope, I didn't mean to do all that. It's fine. I was just trying to exit that and I accidentally unequipped everything. Let's send the Sturdy Plate to Jeremy. Cannot have items any further. Okay. Can Jeremy... I should be able to send the plate mail to Jum. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. Blade, plate mail, shield, helm, copper gloves, round of flame. And then Jeremy, sort of slashing, sturdy plate, iron shield, helm, copper gloves. All right, so that puts Jeremy at the better. It's one better on the armor class. But Jeremy is definitely like the more valuable fighter. Jum's decent. He's not dishing out huge damage because of his low strength, but he's got spell power and okay hit points. He's also been rolling poorly on hit points. It was like in Pokemon trying to get the perfect starter. Yep. You just gotta keep resetting. Just gotta keep getting that. Gotcha games too. Trying the game 60 times. Yep. All right. Everybody should be good spell-wise. We did all the resting, healing, everything last time. So let's get down in the maze, and I'll get everybody sorted once we get in there. Put Jeremy in the lead. Turn my volume down just a little bit here. All right. We want... Horfic. Drop everyone's AC for the entirety of the dungeon run. We'll wait until we get lower. Let's see if we can get through this. I've kind of become hesitant to take the elevator down, but it is still like the most convenient way to get out of here, to get where we're going. Okay. This should be an easy fight. Wow, a lot of encounters. We don't normally see this many encounters on this level. I don't know what this means for our RNG state today. This may be bad. It is trouble when we get down to level 4, which is the most convenient way to get to the lower levels. It's just quicker, but there's just the odds of getting jumped by something really nasty in like the 3 squares I gotta travel is like terrifying. Okay, good. So we went to floor 6. I think we hadn't really fully mapped out last time. Which episode 9, Demons of the Shadow Realm. If it still has some out. Have you not been enjoying it? It's moving very slowly. It's moving really slowly. Here's all I'll say about it. Like, they said their parents disappeared and they're wondering about who has the ability to make them disappear. And I'm like, that guy with the anglerfish demon or daemon or whatever you want to call it. Like, all of them have something that can make people disappear. But there's a guy right there who's like, sir, his daemon like swallows garbage and makes it vanish. He could have easily swallowed your family. Like, everyone's like, no, you can't trust those people because they lied to you. Not like these people that I'm trusting because they said they didn't lie to me. Nobody should trust anyone. So there's one thing that's going backwards. I'm all right with it, but it's what I've seen was entertaining enough. But I could totally like, it's just not going anywhere. The plot's not going anywhere. It's taken forever to just establish baseline stuff. If they don't have like a second season, a second core already lined up, like they're going to have spent like the full, like what 12 episodes just like setting the stage for something they may not even continue on. And I like that, but like you have to know there's going to be more. And if you don't know that, then shows in created by FMA, Megan Kyle's show would be a 4 out of 5. I mean, Mao created by, sure, I'm on one half. I haven't seen that. Pac-Man didn't need Bomberman X0 treatment. Shadow Labyrinth can go join World 3. I don't know what Shadow Labyrinth was. Shadow Labyrinth is a very weird idea. I've heard it has a lot of Namco references, and I want to check it out because those are always fun, because Namco has a rich history of things to draw upon. But I'm not sure who stuff like that is made for or what the idea is. W Sonic Comics, Sonic Prime, character of Six the Badger aren't canonized. I have no idea who that even is. I disagree with Sega and Sonic Team's current canon vision. There's just like I said, I don't really know a lot about Sonic, but I know there's a lot of games that there aren't many games where like the canon is immutable. You know, most of the time, like maybe is that the right word? Am I using the word incorrectly? Like none of that stuff's set in stone. Like they could change any little thing or completely rewrite it for the next game, or they'll just reboot it or relaunch it with a completely new story. Like you can't count on any of that stuff staying consistent. So I know who Sonic is. I just beyond that, I know some of the other characters, but I couldn't tell you anything more about them. That additional tidbit I did not need to know, but somehow it doesn't surprise me that it's a group concern with that. All right, let's go to this map. All right, we are at 6. This is the elevator. Oh yeah, I remember last time we walked into a pit. That wasn't a smart move. There's a door here. Did we go through this door? I did not. All right, we're in some kind of hallway. Let's just go straight all the way through. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's unusual. What am I looking at here? It should be like parallel to this. Yeah, it just runs down. Weird setup here. What is the point of this? Does it ever open up elsewise? It does not. Oh, you know what? I also should light this place up. Just in case. It makes it easier to spot hidden doors. Darker and somewhat more mature, grittier take on Sonic. Because of more darker implications of the games. Because the ratings board. Is it because of the ratings board, or is it because that's just not the direction they want to go? I never got the impression from the original Sonic games that there was like a deeper darkness they were trying to explore. I think some of the later ones have that, but I also think that came during a period of time where like edgelord stuff got really hot for whatever reason. There's attacks like those by Eggman, psychological toll takes on those. I mean, but you can say that about everything. Like the OG Mega Man games don't deal with like the aftermath of Wily's robots blowing cities up. You don't see like kids walking the street with missing eyes and stuff. Game called Ebola Village. Right, it's the original RE1. It's Temu Resident Evil. Resident Evil clones are very popular. Very popular. A lot of people like it's a huge project that a lot of people like undertaking. Like the survival horror genre. And people are making like PS1 throwback retro games. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they stick to the wrong stuff. Just my opinion though. To stress the end of the Game Gear Master System version of Sonic 2. I can't. He's left to withdraw and mess from almost being thrown into the roboticizer. Well, how far did they go with that? Well, the village guy made some choices. So this is like most of the animals, people are dead in Sonic. Population is low when you think about it. I mean, like, I don't know that. I'll have to take your word for that. Stuff like the comics, Archie comics, and all the dark moments. Yeah, but I mean, that's like, again, I'm just referring to like the OG Sonic games and like whatever direction they want to go through them. I don't know how far they go in any of that stuff. I just never saw it as that type of story. Mario Brown mushrooms, you destroy or turn the monsters. I don't know. You're talking about the Goombas? Because I was pretty sure the Goombas were like their own thing. I don't know that they've ever explained or stuck with the idea that the Goombas are well, I guess that's just because a lot of my interaction is like the RPG series where like in Paper Mario, you get a Goomba follower, like they're a distinctive race. Sonic animals are trapped in robots, freed by blowing up. That much I know, at least from the old Genesis ones. Confused. Look at the map here. Where am I? I am here. But I was saying about like the retro throwback like survival horror games. There's like I don't mind tank controls, but I don't think a game has to have tank controls. And I think you can make a game like that has tank controls as an option that people can turn off and to switch more modern controls. I think that gives you a much wider audience. I don't think you have to stick with that too much. The art style kind of goes along with it, like fixed camera angles are kind of important to me, but I can live without that. Like a low poly art style, kind of what I'm looking for, but I could live without that. It's just that if you have a newer, like higher resolution art style, but you have a very simple game, it just sells better to me if your game is simple and short and not very complicated. If the art style is also like old school looking, if you put something that's like, top of the line UE5 and then there's no meat to it, it becomes more apparent, makes it worse. That's just my view. Bad voice acting doesn't need to be there. That's one thing I'm not super attached with. And sometimes people will deliberately opt for bad voice acting to try and replicate that. And that just becomes like a Birdemic 2 situation where like you have to make something that's authentic, that you actually cared about that's just not very good for it to be the so bad it's good way. If you deliberately make something to be so bad it's good, it's generally gonna flop. You can't try to be cringe. Like, you know what I mean? In a way that people want to see. Jill, the master of unlocking. You're almost a Jill sandwich. I watched somebody play that the other night who they were playing the remake and they had never played the original, and people kept referring to Jill sandwich and they had no idea what they were talking about, and were like, I don't want you to spoil things, but I don't understand what's so important about Jill having a sandwich. And I was like, oh, nobody explain it. Just leave it a mystery for the ages, because that line I don't believe is in the remake version. Pokemon got some weird stuff too. Pokemon murdering children. Well, all the Pokemon like descriptions for the ghost Pokemon usually result in dead kids. There are like world wars and like big conflicts that involve casualties in like the past of Pokemon. So there's plenty lurking under the surface. Then you have the people in Pokemon that you talk to that are like, my dream of owning a house became a nightmare of a mortgage payment. It's like just adults that are basically like, oh, being an adult's terrible. Sometimes I just wonder what the point of it all is. You're like, wow, this is a child's game. This is a child's video game for capturing cute animals. Monster Rancher World is a shithole like the Digimon world, digital world in Digimon. I can believe that. It didn't seem like an amazing place. Take normal controls, yeah. Like I've seen plenty of games that like purposely have like it's deliberately bad voice acting. Like they've expressed like, we made sure it's got the thing you like. I made them extra sloppy because I know how much you kids like them. It's like, oh, I don't know about that. I got mad at that. Right, in reality, you could apply that to like any game. Any game's gonna have that. Like, please don't make me think. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then we're in darkness. Draw all these walls back in. Oh, you can see on the map. Does this work still? Yeah, it works still. This is my map we got going on here. We had magical darkness up here, magical darkness down here, magical darkness there. Now, the nice thing is because we have this nice convenient map here, and hopefully I'm not like I tried to close the map you brought up. You can't do it. Click away. Navigating darkness isn't too bad unless two things. Either they block magic, which is bad, or there's teleporters, which if they combine teleporters and block magic, we can end up not knowing where we are at all. I thought a window popped up. Yeah, I did leave all of the Windows stuff on there, all of the all the Windows stuff. That's kind of like TV commercials that used to have like a cockroach crawl across the screen for like extermination companies, and they actually got sued by people who threw their shoes at the TV trying to kill a cockroach and broke their TV. Which I have to laugh, because if that was a real cockroach, you still would have broken your TV. But also they really went a little too far with that, because the commercial doesn't start as like I'm a commercial for Orkin. It's like a commercial for something else, and they just have a cockroach running across the lens. Like, oh no. Those are pretty good though. I don't see commercials like ever anymore, and I kind of miss it. But the only time I am forced to watch advertising is like something terrible on the internet. Like, I don't want to see it, but I don't watch any real like TV. The only stuff I see are like the free channels provided on like streaming devices, and 90% of the commercials are Medicare scams trying to get foolish old people to sign away their good insurance for more expensive worth insurance for the nebulous promise of a grocery card. And it kind of makes me angry. They watched the new Mortal Kombat 2 movie. Oh, I forgot that was out. Somebody at the D&D this morning said they saw it, but they didn't say anything else about it. Finally updated GIMP after a year. I don't know how much really changes that. I use GIMP very little. I do pretty much everything with Krita, including some things that I'm sure other software would do better that I have to do very manually. And I'm constantly wrestling with that. Like, surely I can just do this. Like, no, you can't. Like, okay, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. That's great. Loved it. Did you see the Mortal Kombat 2, J Money? I haven't seen that yet. I really want to go to the theater sometime this week. Probably sometime in the evening, on sometime after I get dinner all situated, or on the weekend. Except for car insurance, a lot mobile networks. Yeah. Not doing anything anymore. Just putting 4 pictures into one for previews. It's good. Carl Urban was great as Johnny Cage. Man, Carl Urban is always great. I don't think I've seen a role yet. Like, I've seen movies he's in that I'm like, I don't know about that. But like, his roles are always great. United Healthcare card. Oh, you have to understand, it's not whether or not that card is real, but they're presenting it as like, call this number for information on a grocery card. That's not what you're calling about. Like, when you get another person on the line, they're going to convince you to sign up for the more expensive plan, not from a known company like United Healthcare, although there's a lot I could say about them, but like some scammy third-party company that wants your Medicare money. That wants your money, wants you to pay for a more expensive, worse plan. And then a lot of times what happens is that there are, like, because what they're talking about is something from the government that, like, you're eligible for this, but time's running out. And like, that's not really how it works. But also the eligibility is like certain criteria that you could just contact them directly to find out if you're eligible. You don't have to go through a third party, and you shouldn't. A couple of the fights were outstanding. I'll have to look into it. All right, let's see here. 1, 2. Really just one square? That's very weird. If this is true, and there was just like the one square there of darkness, can I get some confirmation on this? Jum can do it. Jum's got the spell. No, we didn't get teleported. So, and our spells didn't get blocked, although that sucks because I do want to light this up. It's kind of eating my spells here. Maybe I should use a lower level one then. How bizarre is this? All right, let's explore this out here. Third parties con, they just want to cut. Yep. Yeah, none of these are from like legit companies. They're all like fly-by-night scam organizations, and it makes me mad that they're running these things. Steam Deck price increase. I saw the price increased. I didn't see how much it did. Is anyone surprised? Is anyone surprised? I don't know all the details, but I am just knee-jerk kind of mad that it's like, Valve are such villains for raising the price on consumer electronics that are getting more expensive everywhere. And like, these devices include storage and memory, which are insanely expensive right now. I don't know what else in there. Possibly the AP or GPU they're using went up, but for sure the price of storage and memory is like skyrocketed, which I still believe is a complete scam. That's just another price fixing ring. Because none of them are increasing production because they don't have confidence that this is actually going to materialize in anything. And a lot of these things aren't actual purchases. They're just intent to buy that they'll happily take on so they can tell everyone there's a shortage and jack all the prices up. It's a nightmare. That I don't think is going to materialize much of anything. But this is going to kill, like, a lot of these markets, right? Like, I think the Steam, what do they call it now? The Steam, I keep wanting to say the Steam machine, whatever their desktop computer is, like, could not have been announced at a worse time, because now it's like, how are they going to release that in any way that makes any money and like any possible sense for people's budget? But like, all of the consoles have shot up in price. Like, all of that stuff, anything that has memory in it or storage is going to climb in price and just price people completely out of the market. Let's read more. That, yeah, that's not gonna. The people that have been talking about this for a long time. It's been coming for a long time, but like, a lot of the gaming sector is becoming a luxury good, and it's going to price a lot of the market completely out of it. And we can only hope that some people in the market will survive long enough for people to come down, for prices to come back down, if they do. But a lot of people are just going to be like, I can't afford that. I don't have the money for it. I'll find something else to do. So if I could sell my Steam Deck for twice what I paid for it just because of the flash memory. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like, I remember one of my nephew's friends saying we were rich because I had bought an SSD for his PS5. But like, I bought it at the best time before prices shot up, and I looked at the price the other day and it's 3 times what I paid for it. And I'm like, well, I can't buy that now. I can't buy that now. So it used to be $50. Now it's $45. Deep South Louisiana. Left at the store. Yeah. I went out to eat with my family last week for my stepdad's birthday. And like, just a few years ago, you know, I took everyone out to eat there and paid. And it was like, for 6 of us, it was like $200 some. This time it was $400. It was $400. And I was like, yeah, this is really cutting into the old Christmas budget this year. But we hadn't been out to eat in a while. But yeah, that was that was quite a sting. I knew just looking at the menu, like, oh, this is gonna cost me. Yeah, big increase there. But restaurants been going up always. I said it's temporary until it becomes the new normal price. 2020 on temporary food prices never went down. Yep. No, and that's the thing. So there's a lot of problems with this. I don't want to look at the old Taco Bell menu is depressing. I know, right? That's all of that stuff. This stuff is so damn stupid expensive. And this is an issue. A lot of the issue is that there is not enough competition. There's not enough real competition and enough market segments to maintain lower prices. And the competition that is there does not have enough serious regulation to stop them from price fixing. All right. The meat industry has been called out because some consulting group got them all together and basically told meat packers across the country, look, just keep raising your prices. And as long as everyone plays ball, you'll all make big bucks. That's price fixing. Landlords have been using software that basically they're all like adjusting rents at the same time. That's price fixing. So like, there's no real like free market competition. They're all in cahoots. And then you reduce the number of players out there, the number of companies selling the stuff. There's less people for them to compete with. It's a lot easier to keep everybody in line. And yeah, and this stuff happens. Oh, like this part of our thing went up in price. Like delivery went up. So we had to increase prices. If that delivery price went down, even if it went down lower than it was before, they'll bring the price down a little bit, but it's never going to go back to where it was. Because they're going to market it like, well, look, we marked it up $4. We marked up potato chips, doubled the price. They're still selling. Obviously, we don't need to go down. Yeah, no one's stopping them. Yep, enforcement is out the window. Very, very pro-business these days. But a lot of stuff has been pro-business for a long time. It's a constant uphill battle to try and like claw back something for the consumer. But yeah, even if circumstances change, like a lot of prices are just never going to go back. They're not going to go low enough. I think there are some areas where like they'll have to lower the prices enough because no one will be able to afford it. But that stuff only really happens if a significant portion of the consumer base is like, no, I'm not buying it. I'm not doing it. I'm not buying that $8 bag of potato chips. You bring that price back down. And when it hits $4, maybe I'll think about it again. Most of those people are like, I'm not paying $8, but $6.50, I'll do it. But I don't want to be like, it's the consumer's fault 100%. It's just like the actions you can take are just to not buy the stuff. But again, the result of that usually nowadays is just like, oh no, we priced ourselves out of the market. Time to just shut it down and sell the company. I buy Doritos all the time. Completely stop buying them. Yeah, we don't do like a lot of snacks in the house anymore. It's just a needless expense. It's just too much. My father eats like a full bag of potato chips every day. His health is not great, and he just refuses to change. I would love it if he did, but he's, his mid-70s now. He's got a lot going on, a lot of problems. I'm not going to tell him no. Difficult situation, but yeah, he's talked about it for the past 2 years. Like, I guess they're getting expensive. It's like, no, they've been expensive. They've been expensive from 2020. They never came back down. Are they really this much now? Like, that's what I've been paying for like 4 years now. And then the one time he was like, I'm going to stop eating potato chips. Like, great. That's a great move. Instead, Mom, buy me a bag of pretzels. I was like, that's not helping. I cut down on cake. I gotta change up my diet and my lifestyle quite a bit. I got test results back from the doctor, and they're like, we want to put you on some medication. They didn't say we wanted. They're like, we can put you on medication. And I was like, well, what if I just changed my diet and stuff? Like, well, you'll have to see the doctor about that and just transfer me to scheduling. They seem so like mad that I wasn't just like, give me the pills. But I'm like, I could do both. But like, the pills alone aren't going to fix things. I would like some guidance on this. Of course, I got their voicemail. It's impossible to get appointments anymore. The only snack chips. Yeah. That's pretty much like 90% of his meal is just this potato chips. Like, I've cooked stuff for him. I've given him like frozen stuff or brought leftovers to him. I cook stuff when I'm there, or I go out to get food for him when I'm there, and he'll eat when I'm there. But when I'm not out there, it's like hot dogs and potato chips. That's all he wants. Even when he was like in the last year, he was in the hospital for a while, and then he had to go into a rehab facility, and like he didn't want to eat any of what they had. He just complained constantly about it. But I know the truth, he just wanted his potato chips, but he didn't want to eat them there so they could see how bad his diet was. It's like, come on, man. Like, some money drug companies buy those pills. Yeah, I mean, there's some of that. That's a complex matter. You can summarize it just by saying in the United States, healthcare sucks, like universally across the board, for many, many, many reasons. It's just bad all around. Used to think chips and salsa are a pretty healthy snack. You end up eating like 5 tortillas worth of chips. The problem with all of those snacks is the same problem that I had growing up. We would eat like stuff like tuna helper, right? And like, I liked it. Everybody in the family liked it, right? And when you actually looked at the serving size in the box, you realize like we were eating like double, like 2 helpings. Like, this box was supposed to feed 4 people, and it's like, I don't know, this feeds 2, and I'm still kind of hungry. And it's the same with like potato chips. When you consider how much you eat, if you actually portioned it out to like, this is a healthy portion of it, it's like, man, that ain't nothing. That's nothing. I've been staring at this for a while now. I gotta move here. 1, 2, 3, 4 and a door. sure I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a door. And we got another door on the side there. Which door do we let's go in this door. I still like tuna helper. I don't eat that stuff a lot. I try to like cook more. Oh, chat disconnected, but only like only in the OBS, like my redirect thing, not anywhere else. That's very funny. I wonder if I could make it not show that. That's very weird. Oh, I gotta switch this to live. I gotta switch that over. Numbers are small. People eat more. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said for like a diet, particularly in America. I can only really speak to America because I don't live anywhere but America. But like we're raised like there's a lot of people who are raised in what I've seen on TV. They talk about the Clean Plate Club, where like you're given a portion that is way more than a child should eat and told to eat everything on your plate, particularly for like my generation. Because you had people that grew up either during or raised by people who were very active during like periods of great economic turmoil where like you didn't know where your next meal was going to be, or the meals were like a lot more padding and a lot less nutritious. And it was like, you have to eat this, eat all of it, right? Because you may not be eating consistently for a couple of days. And then it became a habit that even after that stress was gone, like we are food secure. I don't have to worry that much about it. That gets pushed. And then you end up not really being able to regulate or recognize your own appetite. And you end up eating like way more than is adequate for you. You end up overeating just as the normal course of action. Starving kids in Africa who would love that food you're throwing away. Yeah. Idiot. I think I'll hear about all the children in Africa. Yep. Fast food cups are big in other countries, super small. Yeah. I mean, that was like a huge thing in the States that they're like, they pump out a lot of stuff that puts sugar in your system to get you hooked on that sugar. So they put sugar in goddamn everything, which is not great for you. Pizza Hamburger Helper. I mean, we had like a fair amount of Hamburger Helper over the past year, but I'm trying to step away from it and get away from the red meat as much. But it's good now and then. Fair amount of sodium in that stuff. That's where it gets you. It's a lot of sodium, and if you're not careful with it, it's all about balancing the stuff out. Like you can have a little bit of that as a treat, but if you're eating that like every day, twice a day, like that's pretty bad. But like that's that's just a lot of stuff that like contributes to a lot of weight issues and other health issues. People don't have like the right sense of how much they should eat. People overeat. People eat like too much of the wrong stuff a lot of times because they just don't know how to prepare stuff that's a little bit healthier. So they eat it prepared wrong, and it's like, it's gross, it's nasty. Like, you can get used to anything. It is true. I will say this. The most delicious foods that will have immediate appeal to the most people are probably the worst for everyone. Unfortunately. I used to eat 2 packs of ramen noodles. I got home from school before dinner. 2,000 milligrams of sodium. Yeah. And that's the thing. I don't know how much you get from the noodles, but like, it's all that flavor packet. It's all that flavor packet. You could just replace that with like a low sodium, like chicken stock or like bouillon. Be a little bit healthier for you. Just put some stuff in there, put some other seasoning in there. But the little flavor pouch is like mostly salt. All right, we got this, and then it turns. I feel bad. This is like one of the worst games to play while like actively having a conversation because I have to pay so much attention to the screen. Otherwise, my map gets screwed up and I'm lost. No, well, that's it. It just kind of rotates in on itself here. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. All this way. Nope. Hitting the E key. Okay. Stop drinking the broth. Never felt much fell through me. Yeah, that's why my nephew likes the ramen noodles. He wants me to he just wants the noodles. I'm like, there's probably like zero nutritional value to this. They're just empty carbs. An encounter. One animal. I'm terrified. I'm gonna be honest. It could just be RNG and there's just like one stray dog. But you know what I mean? We're at a high enough level that it feels like if one animal jumps us, it's going to be a serious animal. I guess we'll find out. Putting it backwards, fast food need to taste bad. Good food need to taste better. Yeah. It's just like fat is good. Salt is good. Sugar is good. Like all these things taste really good. But like it's tough to get as good of a flavor as easily and readily as you do with things that are high in fat and you know, sugar and salt and sodium. Like a lot of things that like are too much, but even that is like, cake is great. Just don't eat like a full cake every day and you're probably all right. But if you eat too much of anything, you're gonna have problems. Carbs are good though and cheap. Carbs are good, but not if that's all you eat, right? You can't only have carbs. And a lot of it too is related to like, you know, your age. Are you still developing? You know, you gotta get your certain intake of vitamins and things like that. And you can't just take pills. Like it's not the same. It's not the same thing. A vitamin supplement's not the same thing as getting vitamins from actual food. There's a lot of that. There's a lot to take in with that. Gruffy J. Alfred Mo. Oh, it's one dog. Bit of manslaughter. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Jeremy. Like I don't know what's gonna happen with this dog. It's one animal. We don't know what kind of animal it is. And it's dead. So it really was just like one random stray dog kicking it here. At this remote part of the dungeon, we just kicked in the door and it was like this one dog. We're like, hey, what if we beat this dog to death? That's a little bit. A friendly group of level 5 mage. They're friendly, so I'll just leave them. All right, well, this was like. Is that it? There really ain't nothing here? Okay, well, because there's a gap of like several paces here. Interesting. Well, now we got to go back through this, which is literally just that. Okay, let's what is this, a first level spell? I think it is a first level spell. I'll just continue to do this because the rest of these are useful, but like I don't use them that much. I'm mostly just using this to light. It is unfortunate because it'll go away as soon as I go through the magical darkness. Oh, the dog survived this long. It's a tough dog. We don't know what kind of animal it was. Even though it looks like a dog, it could have turned out to be like a woolly mammoth. The way some things work. Sometimes it's like humanoid. You're like, all right. And you're fighting it for a while. And then it's like cobalt skeleton. Like, what? What? Here's the chat. What per eat? Homemade hamburgers. Haven't had that in a long while. A good 2 months. I had some store-bought chicken tenders today that were left over from some I made for my nephew last night. I just munched them real quick when I got back from D&D. All right, here's the next section of darkness imprisoning me. One, two. Okay, it's just the same thing. It's the same deal. Right? There's nothing back here. All right. Almost positive there's some secret doors or something here. Or I should say it's not that there's nothing back here. It's that it's just one square of darkness and then it's like, congratulations. Much shorter than the previous ones. 2, and then the door on either side here. 4 giant spiders. Yay, spiders. All right, I'm gonna throw some I could try and put them to sleep. I'm just gonna set them ablaze here. Great. They didn't have too many hit points. Mage blaster. Don't blast my mages. All right, we disarmed it. It's fine. Okay, and there's nothing here. All right. Giant enemy spider. We just got to hit it for maximum damage. Oh, wait, that's not what was there. It was like straight out. Man, that's some like efficient Tetrising of spacing there. We went through the door and it filled in the space like perfectly. It's just very weird. And only Jum got hurt for a few points. Those spiders weren't too bad. All right. We got a crossroads here. Nothing down that way. Okay. 1, 2, 3. An opening. Oh, that was a teleporter, wasn't it? Teleporter, one-way door. All right, where does this put us at? Where does this place us? It's very dangerous because if we end up in a section where like there's not an obvious clear path home, we could become trapped down here. Unless Ben reaches, unless he gets 120,000 experience points before we have to leave and gets to the next level and immediately learns the spell that lets us teleport to a specific point in the map. We have a spell from Silas that would let us teleport back to the castle, but we would lose all of our equipment and I think money. Like, I really don't want to do that. All right. It says we're at 0-0. Okay, so this teleported us. So let's see here. Which one's the teleport there? There's a button combination that I don't recall for linking teleporters. Let me look at this real quick here. So we got, if you look at the coordinate 0-0, we were definitely at that. 0-0 is like the complete like southwestern edge of the board. Teleport. It's not note. It's not label. Shift G. Okay, there we go. Great. It's useful to do this on the map. You hit Shift G in the software, and then what it does is it links the teleport so that if I bring this back up, if you're looking at the map and you see this teleport symbol, you can just hit the G key and it will take you to wherever you've told it this teleporter takes me. Because if I left and I just came back and there's a teleporter here, I might not know where it actually sends me. So we've got, you know, it's neat that they built that in there. But this is where we're at right now. This is where we were. We walked through here and then got teleported here, which has no obvious connection to anything else. So let's figure out where we're at. We're facing east. Okay. Let's face north. Do. Okay, this just goes in one. Let's take a look in this door. And that's just 1, 2 squares. Okay, nothing really of note there. Ugh, one of these. Master Thieves, Archmages, Champion Samurai, and High Priests. Take on the High Priests. The High Priests are the ones that always seem to like not get killed. I'm going to cast Catino. I'm going to try and put them to sleep. Some of them anyway. What is it? Montino, I want to say put the High Priest to sleep. Their Archmages might like absolutely annihilate us. So we get this Machinito, which should kill a whole lot of people. I'll throw Lahalito on the High Priests. Actually, I don't know who this will or won't kill. So this could turn out really badly. We'll throw out on the Archmages. It'll go somewhere else. But there's a lot of high-level people, so this Judge spell might not kill as many as I hope it will. All right, let's see. Nobody got slain there. All right, looks like the Lahalito may kill the Archmages, which are a huge threat. Oh, I think one of them lived. And it went to sleep. Some priests are silenced, most of them not silenced. Uh-oh. Some of us have been put to sleep. Oh my God, a lot of us have been put to sleep. Oh, this is like really back and forth here. Half the party is asleep. Okay. Take out that Archmage. Ambush the Samurai. Now, what are these? What are the big ones here? Which parkours every could be nails or hair. That could be. I would hope like more than one. You said only one. I guess if you don't have any hair. All right, let me look at the spells here. Let's forget these higher level spells here. Lacanito kills enemies affected by the spell, so monsters are immune. See, I don't trust that. It's the previous one. Kills enemies 8th level or higher. Yeah. Cause enemies to fear. I need big damage, which is probably just going to be a Lajalito, which is 8 to 36 points of damage. Nope. Lajalito on the High Priests. Those samurai could do some real damage. Ben is close to death here. Who's mowing out there? I mean, I'm looking at like hit point wise, like Jeremy, Jum, Judd okay. Ben is looking bad. And now he's on the front line until they wake up. Oh, I killed one high priest. This archmage is dead. All right, we got the archmage down. Jeremy's back in the fight. Take out the high priests because they are like very dangerous. Ben is doing real rough. Lajalito. Throw this on the champ samurai. And then we'll throw this on the priests. And this should be okay. Ben might die. But at least he's back in the back rows now. Jum is just going to sleep through it. It was that dude in the purple. That was the high priest. That was not the high priest. That was an archmage. That would have been an archmage. We've killed all the archmages. So we're down to the samurai and the high priests. The first person we saw were the thieves. They all died like right away. It's 2 down, 3, 4. Okay, now we're at the samurai. All right, this is good. This is good. Just throw all the spells out there, man. Okay, hit these guys as hard and fast as we can. They got a boatload of hit points. Good, good, good. Yay, look at that XP, baby. 5,000 experience. That was a tough fight. A lot of spellcasters. This is the first group of enemies where almost everyone in the group was immune to the spell that kills everything 8th level or lower. A lot of tough foes. A lot of hit points on them. But the spellcasters really hit us hard. They put us half the party to sleep. They did a lot of damage. People in the back rows. It was nasty. And we got a chest. And nobody died. Came close, though. Look at that HP. Ben's on 3 hit points. Utter Chaos got down to 11 because she got forced into the front row. Trapless chest. Okay. Can I confirm that? Okay. Judd found armor. Chaos found sword. All right. First, we need to do some healing here. We need some real healing here. Okay, that's good for Ben. Chaos. The rest of us are not like too bad. I'm gonna hold on to that for right now. Nope, I didn't mean to do it. That's good for now. So only a few. Okay. Let's check with Judd. Judd's got the armor, so we can identify that. Chainmail. Okay, that's probably, I don't think that's better than anyone's got. Sleep just shocked us. Could have been way worse. Yeah, if we all got put to sleep, that probably would have been the difference there. I'll take that back and sell that. Utter Chaos, got the sword. Let's trade that over to Judd. And then Judd can identify the sword. Epi of Dismay. Okay, well, it's a cursed item. However, it's valuable. Okay, there's 2x2 room here. Let's draw it in on the map. Ooh, that was a tough one. That was a bit stressful. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and the door. This might be a one-way door because going off of the map, this takes us back to the previous area. So I'm gonna mark this as a one-way door for right now. In fact, we may want to go through that door. However, I do have something stuck in my throat. I do have a little undrawn area there, but this should take us back to staring at magical darkness, and it is a one-way door. Okay, so this is the way back. We can make it back to the elevator now, and I think I'm gonna do that because we burned through a lot of spells to get to here. We've got some stuff to sell. I don't want to push my luck with the level of encounters we've been encountering. It's a decent amount. Thankfully, mercifully, a friendly group there. That encounter we can get there can be like really, really bad. Like just going on that 4th floor. That's such a weirdly dangerous situation. All right, let's fully heal. Get everyone up to 100% on their hit points here. Oh, come on. I hate that so much when it rolls like a 1. 1 point. 1 point. Give me more than that. Okay, we're good. All right, we'll go back to town. I'm going to do this now before I forget. That was a solid chunk of XP, but like it's still like a drop in the bucket comparatively. It's gonna be Mars. I just gave everybody a rest, and even if they didn't need it. All right, I don't think Jeremy's got anything extra there. Jim shouldn't either. Silas shouldn't. Should all be Judd. 500, that's not bad. Chainmail. If you just may, okay. All right. All right, we'll head back in there in a moment. Yeah, that sleep was. You really gotta. Anytime there's casters in the enemy party, you gotta try to act quick. And we've been burned before where their wizards were high enough level to have the same kind of like all party attack spells that we have, and have just hit us, like bum rushed us before we got a chance to knock them out. And then like you look at like the back half of the party there, particularly Judd and Ben, are very susceptible to that. If they hit us with like a Lahalito, they could just die. And if there's 2 of them and they both hit us with that, they could just wipe us out. So things can go ugly very quickly. But we made some good progress, like so far, just getting this mapped out. It's an interesting dungeon level here. There like these areas of darkness that are just like they just serve to eat up spells. Weird teleports. I'm curious. We'll see where we're heading next time. What's up, Skyo? Got the auto translate. Is that what this is? Is that what that symbol is? I didn't even realize that. Hold up. I got to change this. I don't want that. I don't want that auto translate. It's going to be terrible. Or can I change this? I don't like that. Actually, why is it? It was set to subscriber only. Live chat translation. That's what it is. That explains. Somebody, Crooked Gamer mentioned that earlier, and I didn't think anything of it. Also, I don't know why subscriber only mode was on. If you weren't a subscriber and you tried to comment, that wasn't intentional. I swore I turned that off when I created the stream, but sometimes YouTube doesn't, like the YouTube Studio doesn't save changes. I didn't. Is that a new thing? I don't know where. I haven't seen that before. Haven't seen this in any stream. But I saw the little symbol that I now realize, like, oh, that's it telling me that it's like translating, which is actually terrible. And I thought that was just some emote that I didn't recognize. Oh, subscriber mode. It's the worst thing to do. I turned on subscriber mode one time, and now, particularly like the Sunday streams, even when I go into the options and turn it off, it keeps coming back, and I'll go look at it later and I'm like, why was this on? It shouldn't be on. Also, I think when I did turn it on, I had the time delay set like insanely high too. You know, auto translate. No, I turned off auto translate, Jeremy. You would see it because it would just change it in the chat. Trail streams are in sub only mode, but others aren't. So the mode re-enable, get another 10 minutes. Why would they do it? Why would it do it? Just turn up. Yeah, I turned it off. Why YouTube deleting my messages? That must be it. Well, YouTube will block messages that just say, "Hey Judd," and I still what? What is it? What is it, YouTube? What is it? What is your problem? I swear it's like. It's the worst system out there aside from all the other ones. I don't think any other streaming platform, I don't think any of them are ahead. They all have benefits, they all have downsides. None of them get it all the way right. But the flip side of it is that I'm getting all this for free, and I'm sure I'm not making them a dime. So I feel like I can't complain too much. But there's a lot of goofiness there. But that also means that like they'll continue to push stuff that like doesn't make sense for most people, but you can trace it back. Like I didn't know YouTube did this because I don't have any of this on my channel, and I had seen this on other people's channels, and I didn't think much of it. I thought, oh, that's weird. I wonder why would they do that. Did you guys know that YouTube now takes your members only videos and just mixes them in with your other videos and live streams? So if somebody comes to your YouTube page, they're just going to see your members only videos right up there. And like you can click on it, but if you're not a member, it just tells you member only. And it makes the creator seem to some people, makes them seem very greedy. Like, why is your main screen filled up with these members video updates that I have to pay to get? But that's just YouTube doing that automatically now. Wait, that I want to just reverse some political agency. It's so goofy. I don't understand it. I just saw it as like, it's a 3-letter word that I don't know. It must be scary. YouTube has gotten extra shitty lately. Yeah. Well, I think this is a trend you're going to see in a lot of avenues because, like, economically, things are bad. Don't believe the hype. Things are bad. And a lot of these companies made very bad, dumb bets over the past several years. And now they're like, we're going to have to make some cuts. We're going to have to make some cuts. We're going to have to cut some people. We're going to have to make some dumb decisions that may make short-term stock increase, maybe profit, but will long-term kill us. And then we're just going to trust AI to code everything and not test it. I may be getting too conspiratorial just because my anti-AI. I don't want to like jump into like every time a software problem happens, like must be AI, because that happened. That stuff existed before. But like half of my buttons on my Stream Deck for controlling OBS are broken right now because of an update they put out. And I feel like that's a perfect situation where someone is just like, AI coded this. We're just going to have AI do it because like it's extra software for a paid product, but like you just bought it once. You're not paying for the extra software. So I could see them like, it's not worth putting human resources on, but also like, even if AI didn't code it, like they certainly didn't test it properly. But again, that's not a new problem. That's not just AI. Price in the store, a lot of tech jobs are gone. A lot of people got fired this week. There's something to understand about the tech jobs. This isn't the whole story. There's a lot more and a lot worse than this. There are a lot of tech jobs and a lot of game industry jobs that existed because companies saw the short-term growth they saw during the lockdowns and said, if this trend continues, and they hired massively after that. Well, guess what? Those trends didn't continue because lockdown ended. And now they had all bet on that number just going up an insane amount, and it didn't. And they hired all this extra staff on that they really didn't need. And now there's a lot of talk that it's AI, which is bullshit. They just overhired, and they're cutting back now. And then they'll trim some more just to boost the numbers. Eventually they might hire back. AI's not taking that many jobs from people. A lot of the AI is just an excuse because it also helps pump the stock numbers for their AI investments. But like a lot of it's just that they thought that the video game sales were going to continue to skyrocket when they saw the big bump during lockdown. But it didn't because eventually people went outside and stopped buying as many games. A lot of things are cutting AI. They also don't have anyone replace the jobs to replace people with AI. There's a lot. So if there's a job that gets cut for AI, it's that job was not going to exist anymore. And maybe they can put AI into it and it will do a terrible job. And they're just going to tank it. But like, there's also a lot of stuff that like people just start up something with AI and they don't care if it fails because it didn't cost them anything. Is here to say you can learn an hour later, you choose. That is a extremely oversimplified view of things. And I love when it's like, I don't like this thing. Well, it's here to stay. Okay. Well, I mean, if you sat down on a nail, right, that nail's there to stay. You can get used to, like, that's what it sounds like. There is AI and you can learn it. How much is there to learn? I'm sure there's plenty to learn about different things to operate. But you're not going to get a good job being the guy that pushes the buttons on AI. That person already has a job because they're going to take the person who already knows how to do the thing and then put more work on their plate and say AI can solve it. Nail can be removed to surgery. Your example is bad. AI can be removed, Brenmo. AI is only here as long as they're funneling money into it for businesses that are not generating enough profit to justify the expenditures. And companies are starting to see the real cost of stuff as the cost will go up, as the companies feel more pressure to show an actual profit on things. They start charging more for the AI that they have people use for tokens and so forth. And as those costs keep going up, eventually those costs reach a point where it's just cheaper to have someone else do it. There's a lot of stuff in the world that you could automate for a lot of money to take humans out of the equation, and they don't, because it's cheaper to just keep a human in the equation. And there's a lot of stuff that AI can do and do very well. And there's a lot of stuff that people will use it for. But it's also true that there are a lot of jobs that you're being told are being replaced with AI, that they're really just laying people off. And then the AI is not really filling those jobs or taking over for people. They were just going to lay those jobs off anywhere. And those will stay forever. It'll stay forever the way asbestos stays forever. I'm being like overly harsh. Like, there's stuff that it can be good at, and there's stuff that it can be useful in. And also, AI is an extremely generic term that like covers so many different things that some of it's always going to be around there. Some of it isn't. Because it's just not going to be justifiable for the cost. But it has so many problems. But honestly, like, everything is going to crash in a terrible way before anything scales back on AI. And the cracks are there. I don't want to cause like a panic. I'd be like Chicken Little over here. The sky is falling. But like, there's a lot of stuff going bad because of the insane spend on AI that is not going to hold up. That doesn't mean that AI itself won't. Or a power plant's super old in America. No one wants to upgrade because it costs too much. Yep. I love AI. Become one with the AI overlord. Why go on at that point? Why go on? Do you want to be one of those like boneless freaks floating in a chair in space in WALL-E? None of those people made it. I just want to say, I don't want to ruin anyone's potential childhood, but like, in WALL-E, when all those humans come back, like they're not gonna survive Earth's gravity. They don't have it in them. And the guy says, we're gonna plant a pizza tree. They don't know how to do anything. They can't survive without the machines. Humanity is doomed. They're gonna end up face down in the garbage pile they left on Earth. Yeah, well, they showed at some point like an X-ray that showed like how much bone density they've lost and bone shrinkage. Like, they shouldn't have even been able to walk realistically. I'm taking things too far for a children's cartoon about fun robots digging in garbage, but yeah, there's plenty going on there, but like a lot of the stuff that it's like learning how to use AI is like learning how to do the thing that you're asking AI to help you with is what will really give you the most utility with it. Because otherwise it's just learning how to hold a conversation. And if you're so far gone that has become like an actual skill, like, we got bigger problems than what the computers are doing. But like, there's tricks to it. Like, there's tricks to asking it things and setting certain things up to get the results you want. There's a lot of outside things that you attach to it to make things work. But like, there's not going to be like, hey, we're hiring like a prompt engineer. Some of that stuff exists, but like, those aren't the jobs of the future. What's going to happen is they take like the person who already knows the thing, and they're going to tell them to use AI to do the work of 3 people for the pay of half a person. And then everyone else can kick rocks. And they're only going to want someone who has the experience with the actual thing to be able to do the job with a bunch of AI. But no one's going to have that experience because the entry level positions aren't going to exist anymore. I can go on and on. It's pointless. It's pointless. I don't think it's like a lot of things. I don't think I'm going to convince anybody of the problems with it because the people who love it are just going to put their blinders on. And the people who hate it are just going to put their blinders on. We're all going to put our blinders on. It's like, where is Jum? He's there's other people here. He's fine. But that is a good point. That is where I'm leading up to. I'm checking on Mr. Arthur. In game suit, entertained for the rich. We will get food. Yeah, I mean the all I can say is like, you know, go watch Soylent Green because that's where we're headed. We'll just be eating each other. Actually, you could probably watch a lot of other stuff that's a lot more brutal than Soylent Green. Soylent Green's more about like overpopulation and the issues with that, but there's a lot of other stuff with that too. I think it's going to be more like The Road, where there's just like roving bands of people walking the highways eating humans. Check down. Yeah, it's been 2 hours. He's good. I got to get him used to like not having to be constantly checked on. And he's been pretty good about that stuff lately. And he had plenty of attention today. And he'll get more attention when I'm done with this. But speaking of which, I caught off on this. I really have to just like, I have to put a note up here that it's just like AI discussion and stream. Like, well, that's what we're talking about now. Guess what? I gotta go. Let's see the Road movie. I don't know, man. Like, I'd love to recommend it, but like, it's so, it's such a downer. It's such a downer. I'm not gonna say don't experience things that are sad, but like, it's kind of, the book was worse, but it is like a real downer. It's got some neat stuff in it, though. Anyway, I'm gonna go check on the author. I will be back in just a few moments, and we'll continue our exploration of level 6 in Wizardry. Stay tuned. I have returned. Yeah, AI discussions. Get me riled up. Can you get me riled up? Spells. Gotta get our armor class boost. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not gonna claim that my view is like the top view, but the way a lot of people talk about AI stuff is the same way people talked about NFTs and cryptocurrency. And like cryptocurrency is here to stay in that people sunk a lot of money in it. But like the actual stuff that they talk about it doing, like with blockchain's going to solve everything. It really doesn't. It really hasn't. There's an upper limit to the benefits that can be gained from the types of AI, generative AI. And there's a lot of situations, particularly in the tech sector, where there's no pipeline for people to become the experienced engineers they need to make best use of those tools. Do you want to live in a situation where nobody understands anything that they're building? There's a lot of consequences to this stuff that won't be felt for some time, that are going to be fairly disastrous in a lot of areas. You know, do you want to drive on bridges built by engineering students who used AI who don't really know what they're doing? Man in the morning, Grogu. Yeah, I will probably wait. That's probably not something that I will pay to see in the theater. I'll watch it on streaming. I grew up watching Star Wars, loved Star Wars. I think I've just seen enough of it. And I feel like there can be good stuff coming out of it, but like it's so wrapped up in like corporate, you know, like a lot of the creativity out of it, I feel gets drained out by like how corporatized everything is. But like it was already going that route by the time the third movie came out, where it was like a merchandise machine. There's still a lot of cool creative stuff in that, but like I feel like to me it's just like I've grown a great distaste for a lot of like things that I enjoyed from my childhood coming back, and some of it can be good, but like a lot of it just isn't. But that's just me. Like I didn't particularly like the prequel trilogies, but I know like a lot of younger people did. Oh boy, we got dragons. Those gas dragons are gonna mess us up here. Should we just run? Should we just roll the dice on running from this? Yes, we should. And we got surprised. 3 bishops. Wow, I don't think we've encountered bishops before. Look at that sprite, man. That's pretty cool looking, right? Look at this guy. They hate the beans. Coming at us with those beans. It's nothing but eggs and beans for these guys down here. There's only 3 of them. Bishops have... Well, they just have like mage spell, or not mage spells, priest spells. But priest spells, they get less spells than a priest would, so they're potentially less dangerous. Potentially. I'm still gonna try and silence them though. I think there's truth to what Perhendo was saying, that like it's not going away. And that's true. It's always gonna be around in some capacity. I think there's a lot of stuff that will get scaled back on it. And I think a lot of because I mostly like see a lot of the business end of it that just doesn't seem realistic. Like the amount of money getting thrown into it, like cannot go on forever. But I think there's also a lot of stuff that is like if you know how to use the tools, you may be able to utilize that like for money and profit in a profitable enterprise for some time. But also the nature of the tools means that like it's like a lot of areas where you just are inviting like so much more competition, and there's just something inherent to it that is like, it's like the like AliExpress stuff where like people who build like the companies design stuff just get it cloned on there. Eventually that's going to drive out the companies who build the things originally, and like a lot of the cloners they're only cloning other people's developments. They're not going to make stuff themselves. So eventually it just kills those markets off. And the AI as it exists now only exists because it has something that people made to train off of. And if you create an economic situation where those people can no longer create that stuff, then you're just going to have this like very stale environment where nothing is really advancing because it can only train off of itself, which historically only results in things getting worse. I am the creator. Are you the creator though? Are you realizing that the AI is like, you can create stuff with that, but like it's much more limited than like actually creating stuff? And you could draw a lot of arguments that are like, yeah, but that's like saying you're not really doing math if you use a calculator. AI can't do shit without me. That's true to an extent, but also like pretty much anybody could step up and fill those shoes. Like placing more value on people that can use AI just increases the amount of people that you're placing that value on, which decreases the value of all of them. And in some ways that's good, but it also just means that like, and for a lot of people that accept that, like the standards are going to be lowered so that you may be very proud of the stuff that you make with it and the quality of what you make with it. But you must understand at some level that like somebody else could come up and make something much worse than you do, and people's expectations will have been set low enough that that stuff will eat your lunch. But it's like anything else, make hay while the sun is shining. Hope for the best. We'll throw this out there. No, I don't gotta go that high. We can throw some low level spells at these guys. Bishops don't have that high of hit points. They only got like 20 some hit points. Really treated those guys as a higher threat that they were. A higher threat than they actually ended up being. Could not disarm it. At least we know it is a gas bomb. Disarmed it. Dagger. Rod. Ooh, that's some cool stuff. Let's see what we got. Who took the rod? Jum took the rod. Trade that rod away. Identify these things. Rod of iron. Dagger. It's just a dagger. Okay. Okay. Survive. Calculator. Self-evident. The automobile. Yeah. I mean, I used to see that a lot when people would talk about automation or talk about computers, things becoming computerized, and that was taking jobs. And then you'd have some snarky comment that was like, a lot of people really worried about the, the horse whip makers. A lot of people really worried about like the horse cart drivers, like getting replaced. But it's very different. It's very different. It was like the last big like job sector that people were being pushed into from high school through university was like get in the tech sector. There's money in the tech sector. And like, well, now there's not. Now there's not. The tech sector already had issues with that. I remember years ago, IBM laid off like some absurd amount of people. Like 20,000 people, maybe more. And then immediately went and petitioned the government for more H-1B work visas, claiming that they could not find suitable candidates, qualified candidates within the US. And it was like, yeah, you just laid a bunch of them off. And the real purpose for that was that, it was cheaper labor. And there's a reason there's limits put on that to maintain competition with the American workforce, so that the American workforce doesn't just completely get pushed out. But then a lot of stuff just ends up happening with remote companies and stuff. But even that will get pushed out. Uncle Strong got live about IBM. Guy's very bitter about it, understandably. Yeah. And like that's a lot of the tech companies are like that. Well, there's a lot of these layoffs where, like I said earlier, there are a lot of people who overhired. A lot of companies overhired during the lockdown period on some false presumption of growth that was not going to come to pass. Any rational person could look at and see those numbers aren't going to keep climbing. And they've been sitting on the excess workforce for a while. But there's other larger reasons to it. Like, the economy is kind of stagnated. There's the illusion of growth because some of these big companies have big investments, but like, there's a lot more indicators of serious trouble within the economy, which results in job losses, which results in a lot of that stuff. And eventually, like, it won't really matter how much AI can do if nobody can afford to eat, if nobody can afford housing. That's real great for like the dozen billionaires, trillionaires, like the mega rich at the top can have somebody to talk to because everybody else starved to death. That's a pretty extreme scenario there. But it is like, I saw a website the other day and I couldn't tell if it was a joke or not. That was like, let's create a catalog of all the people who are supporting AI. And someone was like, wow, I didn't know Roku's Basilisk has a website now. Because it's basically all it was calling people out for having anti-AI sentiment. But again, like, there's a lot of money tied up in that. And there's a lot of people who are like, I started an AI greeting card company. And it's like, I'm a business creator. It's like, great. Do you need that? No, but it's like a lot of things. Like the true like weight of the consequences of this shift will not be felt for some time. And by the time the average person feels it, it'll be too late. Yep. Jeff Bezos interview guy does not understand random people's struggles. No, I mean, like, you shouldn't be listening to people who are that far removed financially from the everyday struggles of people about anything concerning the everyday struggles of people. Because even if they mean well, they're so far removed from the concerns of the average person in this country, if not the world. But I only speak to this country. Like they have no insight into that. It's like, why do we even care what their opinion is? They don't get to have an opinion on that. They don't know. Well, so it was never too late to fix this mistake. Lieutenant said, well, it's too late for. Part of it, and CEOs wheeling him out. It was just hard to watch. Yeah. I mean, it's the issue with that. It's the same with like celebrities, like people who are like, mega rich and don't have to deal with like, talk about like, it's easy to get in shape when you have a personal trainer and a dietitian. It's like, most people don't have that. Most, and I don't mean most like some, I mean like the majority of people don't have that. My kids are your mother's kids. Just give her the look. Oh my God. But yeah, that's they're only part of it. They're only part of it. And a lot of them just become like they're lightning rods for this stuff when like there's a whole apparatus at play there. But it's like regular people too that are, innocently or not, like looking to make their way, make a living through stuff. But I feel a lot of this stuff when I see people talk about like this is what I'm doing with this AI, and I did this. I started my own business with this. And it's a lot of the same crowd that was like heavy on NFTs, like NFTs are the future. NFTs are going to be, and then it's like, oh, it's just a scam. And they either drank I hate to use this expression, they either drank the Kool-Aid. They either believed it and were fooled like a lot of other people, or they were part of it. And either way, you shouldn't listen to what they have to say, because they've proven they don't they don't either lack the morality or the sense to be someone whose advice you really want to take. That's not the end all be all of it, but like there's a lot of crossover there that should make people like rather concerned. Drink the Flavor Aid. Yeah. It's not even like the Kool-Aid end of it. I think we've talked about this before, but like the implication of it is like of people willingly like joining into like a cult-like mentality. And it's like, I'm sure a lot of people don't even know where that expression comes from. Which makes it like, you know, it has its own meaning now. It doesn't matter where it actually came from. But like when you know where it actually comes from and know that those people were forced at gunpoint to drink the Flavor Aid, it's like, oh, maybe that's not the best. Maybe that's not the best comparison. Like I'll be real, like, you know, there are situations where like I've seen like funny videos or something that people have made that I'm like, realistically, nobody's going to put forth the money to film something like this. And this is just a funny haha joke on the internet. And it was made by AI. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty neat. And then there's stuff that is like, this is a huge company with tons of money, and they just refuse to pay somebody, a contractor, a pittance to draw one promotional image. And just decided to do this with AI. See video games that are constantly getting called out for having like AI art assets, like generative AI art assets. And almost universally when they're called out, they're like, oh no, those are just placeholders. We didn't mean to leave them in. And I doubt any of that. Anytime I see that, it's like, were they placeholders that you forgot, or you were just going to come back later? Or did you only come back later because people complain enough about it that you're like, well, I guess we better do this? And like, it's nice that they will come back and do that. But also, like, there's no telling if they actually like then went back and hired a person to do it, or just got like a better AI render. But like that is an issue to me, because eventually you end up with a scenario where I need to go this way. Eventually you can end up with a scenario where like there's nobody to hire for that, and then there's no unique art styles because everything is just being made with the same generic machine. It's placeholders that nobody cares about except like 100 people. You don't even own the game. It depends on what the placeholders are. But also, like, people who don't own the game aren't the ones who find it, because you have to play the game to find it. But that's a problem for me. Oh, look, I would be pissed off if I paid money for a game and then it was like, this artwork in the game, we didn't pay somebody to make it. We just used this like AI to spit it out there. And I'm like, okay, is your game sufficiently discounted then? But even that's like not the full view. Games have gotten very expensive, and it may just be like that's the only way we can make it work financially. But there's a certain attitude that is like, why didn't you just make the artwork yourself? Because the artwork would have looked bad and then nobody would buy it. Great. That's why you pay somebody, because it has value. You know, by the one dude found it, the rest just retweeted. I'm sure some people did, but I'm not going to agree with that statement. I'm not going to agree with that broad statement to just negate the opinions of people. It's very easy, and it's very common on the internet for people to just go, that's just this group of crazies. You could put that with literally any view, because it is equally as valid if you just dismiss people's issues about that. But pretty much anything that gains traction online is going to have a significant portion of people who have no stake in it and don't really care and just want to fight and are just pushing something to argue it. Many times people push stories that aren't even real, or it pushed a certain narrative for a story that don't man up with reality because they just jumped on some bandwagon. But like I have issues with that in games if they're going to be using generative AI to generate art assets on stuff. There's no telling like what was done like code wise. My issues with things being done code wise is if a lot of stuff is just vibe coded, the implication is that the people doing the coding don't actually understand the code, which means when a bug pops up, how readily are they going to be able to fix that? You know, people complain about like the optimization in games and how terrible it is. And it's true. Optimization in video games is generally awful. Do you think that's going to be better or worse with the code generated by AI? It's going to be worse. Ask AI to fix it. You can, but like, I asked AI to make this thing perfect, and it said it was perfect, and it wasn't perfect. I mean, I've looked at this at the recommendation of other people who are like, I was trying to figure out how to automate something in OBS, and they're like, ask AI to do it. And they sat there and did it right in front of me, and AI spit out the script that will never work because it relies on commands that simply do not exist in OBS. And I pointed it out. I'm like, yeah, that won't work because I know enough about the available commands structure for OBS that function isn't real. It doesn't exist. And they asked the AI, and AI was like, well, you caught me. And then just basically spit out more made up nonsense. That's why you need people who know what they're looking at to like actually clean the stuff up. But eventually you're not going to have those people because the only people left, all those people will have retired or left the field, and you're going to be left with people who just don't understand any of it. Try Bullet Village, can't even run VTube Studio alongside it. Have to redo audio on the side. Yeah. And then it also depends on what that is. Because like the AI thing, like talking about AI, like, well, they're going to use AI to churn out some like garbage games. I'm sure there's fine games that they'll use AI to generate art for whatever reason that could be okay under the hood. You get back into like the asset flip territory. Because again, this was an issue before AI where you had a lot of like terrible asset flips that were just cash grabs that were like poorly made games by people who didn't really understand how to use the engine, who just grabbed some stuff off of the asset store and threw a crappy game together and figured if I sell a couple hundred copies of this for $5, like I'll make bank and it doesn't matter if it sucks, I'm never going to touch it again. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that out there. But like, I love Phasmophobia. That game started as an asset flip. Well, the irony of that is now that they're trying to like do a lot of stuff themselves, like a lot of what they're producing isn't like that amazing. But I was fine with the game as it was. I thought it was reasonably priced for what it was, for the amount of time I've gotten out of it. The company had to bring in old engineers to fix their system. Yeah. Yeah, I can lie sometimes. AI will lie. AI provably will lie frequently about things and then admit to lying. Before when we're on floor 6, they're trying with the Phasmo people. Yeah, I appreciate. Here's my real talk for Phasmo. All I want is for them to fix the bugs, and then I'm fine with it. But I'm not who they're making this for, because they've already got my money. There's no further monetization scheme within Phasmophobia. There's no way for them to make more money from me. The closest they could get is for me to recommend for you to buy it. And then that, but that's not really making money through me. They're not going to sell me the game again. I've already bought it. So all these changes are to attract new players. And I want to believe they're trying to balance out 1, 2, 3 and a door. They're trying to balance it out between like attracting new players and not alienating too many of the old players. But I really think the focus is going to lean more towards attracting new players, particularly now that they're on console. I think that there's a lot there that like they're looking at other stuff that is operating in the same space as what they are and trying to spruce it up for that. I'm not super interested. I like the idea of having more character customization in it, in the game. What they actually put out was not that exciting. But it's just like, my biggest problem with it wasn't like the goofiness of the customization, the very limited options. My biggest problem was like all the bugs. Go to open a refrigerator door in one of the maps, and like the like origin point of which the door is set to pivot is screwed up, so it's just like floating free in space and colliding weirdly with stuff. You know, a ghost tried to open the refrigerator door and the door pressed into the refrigerator, and the inbuilt physics engine was just slamming that door repeatedly. And like, that's kind of creepy, but like also extremely annoying. You open a door and the door just flies off the hinges. A lot of this stuff is like bugs that were there before that they fixed that came back, which is very weird. How does this door go? Oh, I guess it could go anywhere. Oh, look at the map. Hey, I know where we're at now. That's our 1 and 2. This square here, I'm gonna pull this up. This is where we're at, and this is the area that if you take the stairs, this is where we are at, this area with the stairs. And the only linkage, because I want to say I went through all of these doors. The only link up to another area here was this square of darkness, which presumably just goes through here, but maybe it goes further out this way. There could just be not anything over that way, though. Yeah, but I begrudge people for using the AI tools, and I think there's truth to what Primo was saying about using the tools. I mean, I like to think like you should be curious about this stuff and like see how it works at any rate. But like my personal interactions with it, I was not very pleased with. When I was at like the tabletop gaming convention, and like it kept coming up at tables. I was getting a real bad vibe from a lot of players for other different reasons. And it makes me not want to go back next year, which is a shame because I know my friend's going to want to go. And I think I'm just not going to, I think I'm just going to skip it next year. And maybe he can tell me if it was better or not. But like, it's a lot of money, like the food and everything. I don't know. And I had enough fun, but like, but like you sit down at a table and we're playing a game that is like reliant on your imagination and ability to visualize things that are not represented directly in front of you, right? But like there are a lot of people who are so excited to describe some scene and then immediately pull their phone out and have AI draw a picture of it. And I gotta tell you, they all looked awful. It looked, every time someone did it, it looked like exactly the same mashed up dog shit. But I was just like, I don't need you to have your phone produce a picture of a barbarian elbow dropping a giant rat creature. I can imagine it. Isn't that the whole goddamn point of this? To imagine this stuff? Can you not do that? Well, cool. Like, if you're excited about it, you know, great for you. Like, oh, it looks awful. It looks awful. But then, like, I'd sit on a table and somebody had like a dungeon master screen. And if you're not familiar with tabletop stuff, there's just a screen. Usually has like charts and tables for easy look at, and it kind of blocks your notes and dice from the players. And it had some artwork on the back of it. But this is for a game that has been out of print since like the 80s. This game is like long gone, right? Because this convention is all about old games. It's a long dead game. I don't think there ever was a official screen made for it. Nobody's gonna make that, right? Nobody's making that. And so he had printed out these charts and stuff himself, and then used AI to generate artwork to shove on the front of it. And I'm like, you know, it looked fine. It was okay. I don't really care. I don't need it to be there. It's just something for a decoration. Nobody's gonna pay for that at this point. Nobody's gonna make a commercial product for that. And I gotta be real now. Like, this is another thing that skews me out. People are making commercial products. A lot of the commercial products they're gonna make are also just gonna use AI generated art. But I see people post stuff that are like, this thing I created and I'm really excited about it, and it's a thing that includes text, and the text is just like gibberish. And you kind of pointed out that it's like, yeah, but like that dude's got like a t-shirt with text on it that is a notable part of the character design, and the text is just gibberish that like melts. It's all messed up. Like, that's kind of a big detail. Or people that have made posters, like motivational posters, where like the text just kind of flips out halfway through and they're just like, screw it, send it to the printers. Someone will buy it. It's like that kind of cash grab stuff that is like, oh, that's so aggravating. But if someone actually takes the time to make something good, will you really tell? Eventually you won't be able to. Yeah, it looks so bad. A lot of it does. There's stuff that like, I really think that the floor is going to clear on that to make it a lot harder for people to notice like whether or not something is or isn't AI generated, as the obvious tells start to get cleaned up. And you'll only mostly see that from the people who are too lazy to spend time using the tools to get it to generate something coherent, / we're able to go back in and clean up the base of what it made. Right? And that's the stuff that I hate, because it's like, when companies hire professional artists, or so they claim to, who knows what the real story is, and they get some artwork back where someone has 6 fingers, and I'm thinking it wouldn't have taken long for someone with Photoshop skill, like an actual artist, to go in and clean that up, and then nobody would know. Nobody would know. But then they won't, because they're just in it for like a lazy cash grab. But like that irritates me on so many levels. Times different, quick just to mention it. Yeah, like I just, oh. You know, it was so funny to me, like the contrast of people complaining about like new tabletop RPGs and how terrible they are, and the old ones were better, where you had to use your imagination and draw the map out yourself. Also, I used AI to generate a picture of me taking a dump on the zombie's head. It's like, oh, do we need that? Do we need that? That's a retelling of MK mythology, Special Forces MK4, more characters, mainly like art leaning from the movies. The various hoax characters over the years. I drew Malibu Comics or Muse Fox Patro. I don't know what any of those are. Where are they from comics? Man, Malibu Comics. God, Malibu Comics has been gone for how long now? I remember Malibu Comics put a comic book out that the entire run of this issue had a hole in the cover that they claimed was like a bullet hole, that they had like fired a gun through all of these. It was very clear they just drilled it out. It was one of the weirder marketing stunts from the 90s, from the age of the speculator market that almost killed the comic industry completely. Oh, that's gonna draw stuff taking up time because I've been playing. Yeah. It's bad enough just getting people to pay attention to what's going on the table. At any rate, I'm losing track of where I'm at here. I'm getting lost on this rant. I think there's nuance to all this stuff, but like, I feel like people haven't watched enough Twilight Zone, and it shows. Because none of this is new. None of the fears or concerns about this stuff is new. And not like the eventuality, like, oh, who could have seen this coming? Only everybody. Like, of a lot of this stuff is just like maddening to me. Like, yeah, there's, you know, this was the consequence of that. Didn't you know? How did you not know? The Mega Man comic. Did Malibu make a Mega Man comic? I remember the Street Fighter. I remember the Mortal Kombat one. I gotta look at this. This game takes me forever to get through because I get on these tangents and I'm just staring at a door in a dungeon. Malibu Comics. Did Malibu Comics get bought by somebody? I remember towards the end, they had the Ultraverse. Yes. Nightman, which got a TV show. Ultra Force Sludge. I remember Sludge. Had some interesting ideas. Men in Black. Men in Black was originally a comic book from Malibu Comics. Defunct since 1994. They didn't even make it that far into the 90s like craze. They were one of the first to die. Marvel bought them. Well, Comics 1886. Private Financing, Scott Mitchell Rosenberg. Also financing a number of other small comics publishers. Eternity Comics, Amazing Comics, Wonder Color Comics, Imperial Comics. I remember some stuff from Eternity Comics. Began modestly creator-owned black and white titles. Yeah, yep. Other licensed media adaptations. Let's see. Yeah, Eternity. Well, they are like the same company at their point. Eternity did Ninja High School. It was all right. Planet of the Apes Alien Nation comic. I remember the Alien Nation comic. I thought that was a Now comic. Brazilian New Adventures of Mega Man. Oh, that one I haven't seen. Yeah, I know they did Robotech 2 The Sentinels, which is weird. Lensman. I'm sure that didn't last long. There's a lot of copyright stuff over that. I didn't realize how much licensed stuff they had. God, this is actually, I can't read this anymore because this is way too interesting. Oh, it really takes me back though. The 90s were crazy in comics. The 90s were crazy for a lot of things, but like the comic industry in the 90s was kind of a real mess. Brazilian Miku. What would Brazilian Miku's name be? It can't just be Miku, but Brazilian, right? Okay, that was easy enough to clear out there. 1, 2, and 2 doors. Maria. Makes you wonder how Capcom signed off on the shit. Some of the stuff like they may not have signed off on, or they may have signed, because this was something that plagued like the original Spider-Man movies. Was prior, like long before the movies were made, Marvel had signed some like spurious contracts for licensing, and some of those contracts had slipped in language that gave them first rights for movies. And then there was a bunch of legal wrangling involved in the first Spider-Man movie, the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie, because of stuff like that. And I have a feeling that there were situations like that in other countries where they had signed off on some company like being able to make like Mega Man yo-yos or something like that, and then that company then sold it. This happened with like BattleTech. Original BattleTech had a lot of mechs that were lifted straight from various anime mech series, but they claimed, and I don't know what the truth of it is. I don't know if the truth may never exist because it was all settled in court with a settlement, that they had acquired the rights, purchased the rights from an American model making company that didn't actually have the rights, that had either themselves made individual deals that they didn't really have the right to license out, or were themselves just pirating those mech designs. They lost the case. They had to change mech designs. Eventually they made deals to be able to make those original designs again. But you get situations like that where like, you know, you're some small company that somehow scores a deal with Capcom to make like a Mega Man Frisbee. And then like a comic book company is like, we're very interested in this Mega Man character and would like to make a comic. And you're like, sure, you can license it from me. And then eventually Capcom catches wind of that stuff and they're like, shut it down. It's blood coursing those comics. Horse comic only is bad boys. Yep. Yeah. I mean, those were like the 90s were big on like violence. It was a big seller. And so everyone was making their like super edgelord comics, which were often not amazing. Where is this door gonna lead? Because there's only one square for it to go on my map here. It's just an empty room with ninjas. Oh boy. Well, all right. Some of us may die here today. Let's get these ninjas out of here. I'll throw it on the thieves. I don't think this will kill the ninjas, so this may be a waste. But it does attack everybody, so even if it just kills the thieves, it's worth it. I may just kill the master thieves straight out. Oh no, it killed the ninjas. Like the Machinito just killed the ninjas straight up. All right, well, okay, that was far less terrifying than I thought. Anytime I see ninjas, man, I get nervous because they could just chop our heads straight off. That's bad news. The Shredder's onto us. We are kind of like rolling around like a sewer here, basically. All right. You come to a room with a door. And that's just going to lead us back down to the intersection here. And we know if we go down here that way, we're just going to hit the teleporter. So there's something like beyond this section here that I can see, but we may not be able to reach. Now, that may just be showing us, because the way the teleporters work, it may just be showing us where we're going to be teleported to. Set a timer. I don't know what the timer does for us. We could just change the scenario right in the middle of this. I don't want to do that. I think the searching only, that only searches for bodies. We haven't had to do that down here yet. Oh boy! Well, we surprised them. One master thief. It's Mr. Kilgrave, the purple man here. I think we can take him. Yes, Jeremy just stabbed him straight out. Ben found potion. All right. All right. He should still be able to carry one. Judge should still be able to carry one item. Identify this potion, please. I like how you could just keep trying. Potion of curing. Delightful. When it's like, you don't know what it is. Like, what about now? What about, do I know what it is now? It's just a 3x3 room with nothing going on in it. Just dead space. Okay. He looks like he's been snorting too much mummy and powder. He's just down here getting high on his own supply. Dungeon's got plenty of corpses turning powder. I don't know. I mean, we've found enough acidic slimes that they could just be eating all of the bodies. That's the traditional way of dealing with it. Is this all there is to this level? Because I feel like there's the teleport section, that there may not be anything beyond that. Looking at the map, right? This is where we just came out of, so we're hanging out here. This teleport section that just takes us down to the lower corner there. We didn't. There are still some areas down here that we haven't been through, right? Because we didn't go up this area. Maybe I just take that teleporter down because we can escape pretty readily. We could travel through this. In fact, I think I'll poke my head in this just to see, because either this just goes here, like it just connects this corner, or there's more around here, because there's a large empty space here. Now this down here could go up into it. Since we're right here, let's go to this area of darkness and see. Let's see what they've got. Throw ham to get the slime to go after that, steal the bodies. I'm not gonna waste my ham on some filthy slime. Okay, so this was a pit trap. That was the stairs going down. Did we look at this door before? I don't think we looked at these doors. But this does open up into more. This section, if we just went straight through that. Right. Okay, so that's that. This is a new section. And also, it goes straight back. So this area of darkness, like, is much larger than we could go through. All right, we've got these two things here. I'm gonna cast this. I kind of hate this, but it's better than it just constantly ringing out. See, level 1 has the Dio spell, but also has Millwall, which lights up for a short amount of time. But I like having that heal spell. This just has like a damage spell, and I think that's another buff spell that I never really use. We know this was a pit trap. Judd died there last time. I don't know what this is. It could be a pit trap. It could be a message, because the game uses the same floor tile for messages as it does for pit traps. We did not go through this door last time. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a door. Two by two hands of blue. It's 2x2 room. Two. With a door. I'm willing to bet that this just goes 1, 2, and a door. Interesting. Oh, this is an interesting layout here. Okay. So that door would take us out to what could just be a pit trap that will kill us. I feel like I don't want to walk on it, because someone may just die. But we got this door here. This is going to take us somewhere. Okay. Saw a message pop up. That was an old one. All right. And there's nothing. I'm always so like disappointed when the door is just like that. There's just nothing there. Okay. Well, I guess we can go. Do we risk it? I'm gonna go back the other way. Oh, I can't. That's a one-way door. Let me denote that on my map here. Oh no. You know what that means? In order to get out of there, I had to go back out. So it's definitely like another pit. Well, the good news is we're not far from getting out of here. Now we've got 2 more people to resurrect. You know, these things happen. Oh boy. Now we're just gonna leave. Oh, good. That's what I was afraid of. And man, that got me. They got me. They got me with that one-way door. Well, and there was nothing in there. There was nothing in there of value. That's just a shortcut to get out of here. All right. Fingers crossed, everybody. Yeah, we got plenty of money. I'll tell you, Jum will pay for this. Oh, fingers crossed. All right, Judd is cured. Ben, can we bring Ben back? All right. Everyone's fine. It's fine. They just got their legs shattered just a little bit. It's all just fine. Now we got to heal them back. Yeah, there was some nasty traps. I really did not want to step on that square. Even though I was kind of contemplating it, I don't know, it could be something. I'm pretty sure it's just gonna kill Ben or Judd or both. And wouldn't you know it, it just killed both of them. Okay, now we go back. Let all the spellcasters rest. 32,000 Jum needs. How much does Silas need? 102,000. Okay, Chaos doesn't need to rest. 23,000. We're getting close on some of them, but it's all the people with extra classes. Yeah, that everybody else is oh boy. Oh yeah, we gotta go. We gotta sell some stuff here. It's all Judd. Judd's got this stuff. Scroll of Pain. You can get rid of that dagger. I'm gonna get rid of this Rod of Iron. It potentially has uses, but not that great. Not that great. Frankly, we could just buy it. Frankly, we could just buy it, you know. All right, well, we still have some more area on 6. Boy, every time we get a friendly encounter there is such a sigh of relief from me. Oh boy. Oh boy, every time I go through that door, I'm holding my breath please don't jump me. All right, let's see where we're at here. Marks that whole room as a trap. Oh, it's marked. If you look at the map, it's clearly marked that this is a one-way door. These are both pits. So we know for sure that there's pits, and it's all mapped out, and there's nothing here. There's no notes here to indicate there's any reason to ever go back there. So there's no reason to ever go back there. So what we have left now is we have this section of darkness, which now it occurs to me that I never really, when I went through these squares of darkness, I don't think I ever really turned. I just went straight through, and once we got somewhere, I was like, oh, it's fine. But I know from this one here, if we head south, it has some travel south. We'll have this. We'll probably go through the lit up area first, and then I'll just try and navigate the absolute darkness. Because that's about all that's left, is between that and this section here, which we have not fully explored. Which I can't get to from this, and this was just dead ends, which is weird, but I have to go all the way around. So I guess we'll go up to is we'll go up to this one and we'll turn left and right and see if there's anything going on there. This is definitely like a crazy layout in this place. Oh, there's a 3x3 room here. Or 3x2. Yeah, 3x2. There may be more to it. I'm gonna pop some lights on here. This one I will do this because we're just gonna not that. We're just gonna leave again. Damn it. Get this. There we go. Just making sure there's not like a secret door somewhere. Okay. All right, so this also goes further in this way. I wonder if these all... I wonder if these darkened areas all interconnect. Hey, let's check it out. Let's explore the darkness. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, what do you think? Do you think that's a pit trap there? There's something there. And judging by this layout, I would say that this all interconnects, like the darkness interconnects straight through. All right, if this is a pit trap, we'll find out. It could be worse. It could be something worse. Six goes into the darkness, but how many will come out? We may never know. We may never know how many people can escape this. I'm gonna step on it. A wyvern! Oh boy. Oh boy! Oh boy! I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel about this. What's the spell that we don't need one that does to a whole group? What else do we got? What else do I got here? An enemy group. Adult, we'll do it too. Dwarf caster facing it. No, those are different levels. One group, 8 to 36, 8 to 36. Anything better than this? 8 to 64. Oh, those are all higher level stuff. Okay. All right. Last time Adulta was... Yeah, Madalto. So we'll just throw Madalto because I don't think they're just going to instant die. And you know what? I don't know how many hit points it has. So we're just going to throw 2 castings of Madalto on it because it could resist spells too. Oh no, it just died from 38 points. Okay, that was fine. You never know. We only encountered them once. Okay. I think this is a rotate square. We got the effect of like a transporter. Let's cast a mapping spell and see where we're at. 7-6. All right, which is the lower section. Okay. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, that lines up. So that just goes down to all the way down there. So we could leave. We know what's on either side, left or right of this, so there's no point in going through that. Okay, so if we step on this now, we should be facing north, right? But it didn't teleport us, but I'm pretty sure it rotated us. So we're gonna see what direction we're facing. We're facing east, so it turned us east. So I'm gonna make this mark on here, spinner, and it's already in there. Okay, so now we're facing east right now. That's why that spell is important. Uh-oh. It may have spun us again. May have spun us right round. We'll just carry forward with this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So that was east. This is probably north. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 spots. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, that shouldn't be it. So that's probably south. Or is it? I'll run through all of my level 1 spells here. Where are we at? 0-6. Yeah. Why does it look so off to me? Oh wait, that's 6-0. Oh, because that's not where I thought it was. Okay. Oh, the men in black, they've come for us. All right. I'm pretty sure this will kill them. But in case it doesn't. Like that doesn't. That won't. Yep, there we go. All right. This is a new area. Let's get our light spell going here. Okay. So we are west. 0-6 is over here. Wait, are we? No, it has to be. Oh, I'm going to do this again. I just looked at it. Do I have some math wrong on this? How can I be at 0-6? 0-6 facing east? Am I missing something there? If I'm facing east, well, that can't be accurate. The hell am I? I'm facing east. Okay, let me. Because 06 is off by 1, which is very weird to me. Like it should be 07. That's what is confusing me. What does this say again? But also it said I was facing east and it should be facing west. 06, 6 down, 6 east, 0 east, 6 north, facing south. Am I reading this backwards? Because this is... None of this seems correct here. I had to check my privilege. Automatically think every streamer and video watch is an American. Get shocked when they say they're not. I think YouTube thought you were trying to call me a bitch, which is kind of a stretch, contextually and otherwise. Welcome back, Judd. Yeah, that's odd. But, you know, the YouTube thing, you know, judging everybody, like, that's pretty common. Like, people tend to look at things through their frame of common reference. It's a difficult habit to break. I feel that, too. My assumption, because I've encountered so many of these, my assumption now is that, like, they're all Canadians. Because I know a couple, and I watch a lot of streamers that are in Canada, and I'm just like... Oh, so I guess like Canada's just the place to be. They're all up in Canada. Where the hell is this? I'm very confused about where I actually am in here. 08 and I'm facing north. And was there like a spinner in the end of this thing? That must be it. Okay. Nope, we gotta change this. I think there's a spinner, possibly, in here. All right, let me, unless I just... Or I'm just being stupid. Okay. Okay. All right, we're back. No, there's no spinner there. I was just being dumb. I was just being dumb. Okay, it all makes sense to me now. God, I don't know why that got me so mixed up. It's like no idea where I was. Because I was like, for a split second, I'm like, I know where I'm at in the map. And I'm like, oh no, wait, this totally isn't it. Okay, so we're here. No, not that color. All right, what do I got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a dead end. Which makes sense, because there's like a chamber down the other way. Like right on the other side of this. Well, that's the tunnel. And then over here is another section. So there's just like a dead zone in here. All right, let's go through this door. Interesting. Interesting. I suspect this is just going to be a singular room. Yep. Whole lot of these here. Oh no, we've been surprised by the spirits. It's a pretty cool looking spirit. I'm going to dispel the spirit. Oh my god, no! They're spellcasting spirits and I couldn't send them to the void. Look at that damage. Someone gonna die. Someone's gonna die today. Oh, Ben. All right, fight. Throw some magic at them. Try to keep somebody from dying. There's a lot of people are in bad shape here. All right, well, let's go for the gusto here. Yeah, they're resisting the spells, afraid of that. We're killing some of them. Yay! Well, they messed us up very badly, these ghosts, but nothing. They just messed us up for nothing. There's nothing over here. It's a waste of time. Many people almost died here. Why did I not start with Silas? Ugh. Okay, we'll just have to come back and heal Jeremy. All right. Well, we're still alive. We still live. Our healing spells are greatly depleted. There is just Bupkis over here. But there's still like a section below us, but I can't get to it from here. That could be of value, but we're going to leave. Okay. There we go. Trying to figure out which way it rotated. Oh, I should have gone further in. Oh my god, the mages. I want to fight these mages. Battle these mages. No, I don't have many spells left for these mages. At least we got all healed up here. Throw some Lajalito on these fools. Throw it on the mages. Get him, Jeremy. Oh no, they're getting us with the spells. Oh! Oh! No, we killed them all. But not before they did a lot of damage. That's not too bad. That was still significant damage, but ooh, I would rather have not been through that. Exploding box. Okay, disarm the exploding box under chaos. Okay. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Instant get out of here. Okay. We're all out of healing. So we're going to have to rest everybody and then go back in and then heal everybody back up. We're close to getting like most of this area mapped out. There's still like a spot that there may be more. There are some sections in the darkness that I haven't like completely filled in. So there's this whole chunk over here, which right now just seems to be nothing. It may remain nothing. Like, unless I missed something in here. Which I don't think because I opened all of these doors. I don't think this was anything else. I think it came through here. I don't think this was opened up anymore. And I'm pretty sure I don't know if I went through all of these doors. These could all open up into larger spaces. Like if they follow this kind of architectural setup here, they could open a larger space. Because I think I went through one door and the stairs and then got smacked by something and left. We've got this area up here, which I've already gone through all of this. There wasn't another door. So that's a potential like empty spot. Not every map has every square filled in with something. Those ghosts don't mess around. No, they sure don't. We have this. We haven't gone up this way, but I'm sure this connects. Although I'm curious if there's anything like, because we didn't check all of the walls in this darkened area. There's this area here. I know we haven't fully explored that. There's still more in there. There's this area up here we haven't fully explored. I'll probably start with at least what I can get to. Let's start with this area this time. We'll just make our way to the teleporter. Right? Yeah. And then teleport in there. And then, yep. Okay. But first we got to heal up, of course. Okay. All right, everybody good? Everybody's good. All right. Get those spells back. Oh, I head back in. I would really love to clear out most, if not, I would love it if I could clear like all of 6 today. So that next time we can immediately start trying on 7. So far, like we faced some tough opponents down there, some tricky fights, but it hasn't been as terrifying as 4. You know what I'm saying? Like 4 is like the most terrifying level still. Three ogres. Okay, we can take them. Mostly because they just run away. The trap was triggered. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. All right. Silas can fix this. Is it? Oh, one of those is the poison one. Which one is that? No one says Geist. People will say Geist if they're referring to something specific. Poison, resurrect. Level 3, Dialco, Curse Paralysis. There we go. Okay. We need to change the order. I'm not going to bother to light it up because we got to go through. Wow! Wow! This is terrifying. A were-tiger and 5 wolves. All right, Jeremy, get rid of this were-tiger. Please. We will throw down on these wolves here. Okay, the were-tiger's dead. I was definitely a lot more worried than I needed to be. I just like expect a were-tiger to be like really terrifying. One wolf. It's got to be like a werewolf, man. It's got to be a werewolf because we still haven't actually seen what it is. It's shrouded in mystery. It's a tiger. It's just a big cat. It's a big like tiger, man. It's horrifying. No, not Pazuzu. Not Captain Howdy. God, the Exorcist movie is so creepy. Yeah, YouTube, man, YouTube don't know. YouTube don't know what it got, what it's doing. I respond to a message right quick, right about now. Talking about Resident Evil. Resident Evil. So yeah, like we played this before, the Resident Evil Survivor. Which I want to say is what's the original title? I want to say the original title is Biohazard Gun Survivor. There we go. It's Gun Survivor. So the series is Gun Survivor. And there's various Gun Survivor games. There's a Dino Crisis Gun Survivor. There's Gun Survivor 2, Code Veronica Gaiden. I think that one did not release in the US. I gotta see if I can play that on my PS2. Because I played PAL games before. Well, the last PAL game Europe only release I played on the PS2 was Michigan Report from Hell. But that has like a 60 hertz mode you select when you start the game up. So like, that's fine. I don't know if this will work properly on my North American PlayStation 2. I'll have to revisit that. So I may have to skip the Gun Survivor 2. The third one, Resident Evil anyway, which is actually the fourth Gun Survivor game, is Dead Aim, which did get a US release. It bothers me that they don't have the Gun Survivor series listed in these. I want to say the third Gun Survivor is the Dino Crisis, Dino Stalker. third entry in the Gun Survivor series is Dino Stalker, which did get a US release. So Dino Stalker is the light gun Dino Hunter game. Now, unfortunately, I can't do anything with light guns. So I just have to work with that. The first release didn't even have light gun support in the US. They took it out completely. But the later guns supported the PlayStation 2. Is it just a gun con? I think that's the Namco gun. Okay, so we can light up here. Did I cast? Oh, I did. Always did a spell slot for that. Whatever. Like I was the right button. Yeah, I own. Actually, I don't know because these are. I think that's a Bandai or a Namco one. I have light guns for the PS2. I just don't have a CRT like at all anywhere anymore. None of that stuff works with LCDs, so I cannot use any of that. Someday I'll get a CRT. I don't know if I could fit one in here. It would be tough. I would have to set it up like every time. I don't have room to run it along with the LCD I have. But it would be fun to try. But I'll try it with a controller anyway. We'll see. Okay. All right, let's get my map back up here. New ground we're covering. All right, and that's one, and it just goes up, and then the other one is 1, and then 2. And another 2, which makes sense. And then it dead ends. Perfect. That's so much of this place is just like a complete dead end. All right, and then this goes here, and that dead ends there. And what's inside this? It's a 2x2 room. We surprised the monsters. 3 men in robes. Let's fight them. We'll just fight them normal like. Whatever they were, they're dead now. Exploding box. Disarm the exploding box. A potion and a sword. And it's just a 2x2 room. Cool beans. Okay. Send that on its way. And yep. Send this on its way. All right, Judd, tell me what I'm looking at here. Sword. Blade of biting. That's not a bad one. Potion of curing. Someone else has a blade of biting right now, right? Chaos does. That's like a +1 short sword, I want to say. I think everyone who can use a blade of biting has a blade of biting, but we'll take that back because we can pass that off to other characters. So that's still a good find. Okay, well that section is all closed in now. So there's no more mystery to that area, and it doesn't directly connect to the other areas at all. So we can go in here. Oh, this is gonna kind of suck. All right, and I don't know if this. We're going to test this. I'm going to cast a spell twice. Facing west. Okay. Because it seems like it rotates us again. So we were facing west. Now let's see if we're still facing west or if we got turned. We're facing north now. So it came from the south. It turned us west and then turned us north. This will turn us again. If this turns us east. Okay, so every time we interact with it, it turns us clockwise once. So we should be facing south now. So if I want to go north, or I could go west. Kind of confused. So this game is in Super Famicom. Yeah, this is a Super Famicom or Super Nintendo, if you will. I just call it Super Famicom. For me, primarily, I'll call it the Super Famicom when it is a Japanese only release. Otherwise, I just refer to it as Super Nintendo. I mean, it's the same system. It's just the different regional names. But yeah, this was originally an Apple II game. Had ports to a number of systems, including the NES, and it did release in the US. And then this is basically the Super Famicom, like Super Nintendo port of the NES versions of the game. So there's some map differences between the NES version and the original Apple II version that have carried over to this. They also added some stuff, like the thief being able to basically get like the sneak attack, being able to hide in ambush. It's not originally part of the original Wizardry. I think that got added in like 5. So that was a feature they added in. And then just like the interface is generally a little bit easier, a little bit more palpable than the original Apple II was. Let me just confirm where I'm at to make sure I didn't drastically miscalculate. Facing west, 6 east, 0 north. I totally just went like south here because right there is like the one-way door. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Take that priest out. Would be like really, really cool. Can you try and put these men in armor? Oh my god, Jeremy hit the priest for a single point of damage. Did I read that correctly? No, the priest hit Jeremy for a single point of damage. I had that backwards. Jeremy destroyed him. Major daimyos. Fight them. Destroy them. I'm just going to save Judd's spell casting. I will throw some more of these. This should take him out. Oh, one left. Come on. Finish it. Very good on our cast. Very good. $2,000. That's not bad. Say regular Nintendo. Just say NES nowadays. No one knows what regular Nintendo is. Yeah. Like back when it was the only thing like that made sense, but like, yeah, it's the NES now is clear. Or Famicom. Call that when I was a kid. No one said NES. Well, then you had people who would call like every game system the Nintendo, no matter what it was. Like always playing on the Nintendo. It's a Sony PlayStation 2, but it's just Nintendo. I don't know why I got in the habit, but I called like the 2DS and the 3DS like the Game Boy 2DS or the Game Boy DS. And it was never the Game Boy DS, but I got the bad habit. I always called it the Game Boy DS for the longest time. Okay. So, in theory, if we step on this, we'll be facing east. And I just ran into full force into a pit trap. Because I'm a fool. We were facing north. Well, that was east. That's north. That's east again. Okay, that's west. That's north. Should be east. It should be south. No, that was west. Just randomly rotating me. I'm getting rotated. Because I'm an idiot. Oh my god. I just keep getting sent back to the same east area. Oh, they don't have call the Game Boy. This Game Boy entitled, yeah, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Advance SP, the Nintendo DS. But I always, you know, if a game only released on the Japanese market, I always refer to it as Super Famicom. It's a completely like pedantic argument. Oh my god. Okay, they're friendly. Okay. I'm not gonna go through that door. Jeez. Those pit traps are really something. Unbelievable. Poor Ben. Poor Ben just getting his legs absolutely annihilated over and over again. All right, he lives. Everyone lives. We're all fine. Nobody be worried here. We made it. It's all good. Now I just gotta heal everybody up again. It's so inconvenient. And that is everybody healed up. All right, now I go back, get our spell slots. His life but hurt, and he's fine now. I mean, Ben died. Well, at least like Judd survived it. He didn't die this time. 94,000. We're slowly whittling that number down. Eventually somebody will level again, but it will probably be like 2 more sessions before anyone gains any level. Man, boy, that rotator is like, that rotating trap is very irritating. I mean, I just got to be careful. Like that was 100% my fault for not looking before I just jammed forward. What do we got? One insect. All right, take him out. Great. Oh, we get treasure for it too. Don't get poisoned. All right, back to 6 we go. All right. Okay. The ninjas. All right, we'll get these ninjas out of here. Is that all of them? Nope. Two ninjas left. Get them. Finish them. All right, excellent. All right, I was just reconfirming this on the map. Don't ask me why. Okay, where do we want to go now? I think I've explored everything there is to explore in this area on the side of things. I need to travel east, I think. Okay, we're facing west. West is what I mean. We're facing west right now. We can inspect this here. So I don't want to get stuck here forever, but this is going to try. But we're facing south. Okay. Okay, this should be where I want to be. We're at 08. This is where I want to be. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, now we can light it up. Woo! So I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed. I'm just trying to get through that area. I don't know why it's it's probably very, very simple. Yeah, it just went this way and it rotated me that way. It just has thrown me off so much. Okay, where am I at on here? What am I looking at? 1, 2, 3, and 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, there's a door there. There's a door here and a door here. Looks like a door here. Door here. Door. Okay, there's a door. Okay, all these doors. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then darkness. Okay. Well, that pretty much closes that off. I can fill this in here. Should be correct. Okay. And some doored rooms here. Well, there's a weird, like, this section here. It feels like there should be something here, you know? Now, granted, there's this section up here, and there's also this section around here. I don't remember if I went through all these doors. I don't think I did, because that could still get filled in. This is also like dead center of the map is just this dead square. It just makes me wonder if I missed something up here, but I definitely don't want to go through any of that again and get crushulated in the pits. Anyway, let's just start rifling through these doors here. And it is a 3x2 room. Nope, my color's wrong. And there's just nothing here. Okay. Next room, an encounter. I think we could just wail on these guys. And we can. Crossbow bolt. Hey, Ben found a sword. What kind of sword, Ben? What'd you find there? Oh, Judd can't carry anymore. Let's trade this potion of curing to Silas. Gotta remember to empty Ben's inventory. I should have traded that when we were up there. Should have traded that sword off to somebody else. And it's just a short sword. Okay. Well, we can just drop this short sword. Short sword's a dime a dozen. Man, filling out money fine. Yep. Okay, this is another 3x2 room. Pretty sure these are all going to be rooms like that. We'll find out. Another 3x2. Lesser demon. I don't think I want to fight a lesser demon. I think it's fine. We can be friends with the lesser demon. I don't know if I'm entirely comfortable with being friends with a lesser demon, but like, I don't think I'm gonna tell him no. Okay, that's another one. And then we got this one. Oh no, we've been surprised. It's a troll. Woo! It's a crazy looking troll. Oh, the map! Sorry, the map up there. You didn't miss much. I'm just looking at rooms. They're all empty. Anyway, look at this troll. He's pretty cool. Jeremy, can you take this troll? I'll throw some spells at the troll too. Hey, Jeremy didn't even have to do anything. The rest of us took care of this troll. Exploding box. Sword. 2 swords. Well. All right. Let's get this blade of biting off to somebody else too. Ben can hold on to this for now. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of a jummy. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread. Can you really make bread out of bones. You can see the game. Yeah, sorry. I have a bad habit of leading the map up. I forgot. And I couldn't see it because the actual map program was covering the preview window where I could see the map program. So I couldn't. It took me way too long to realize it was up still on the stream because it was being covered by the actual map that I'm looking at. Anyways, I have these swords, dismay and a short sword. Okay, we'll drop the short sword. The other one will sell. We make some money off of it. Okay, this is. What are the odds? It was the same. So that whole this whole section is all filled out. So there's just a section up top that either has a secret door somewhere where I didn't see it, or it's just completely devoid. They got a pattern or anything? I don't see like a pattern. Some of the maps were like form like someone's initials. This doesn't seem like it. Okay. All right, so this should. All right, that's the pit trap room. We're not going in there right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So there's not like a door in from this side. Dun, 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 dun. Facing south. I don't want to be south. Why did that one just let us like straight through there? It's like sometimes if I go north to south, we just end up facing south. Okay, then we're just facing north, but I had to rotate it. All right, if that's south, assuming it's the same as anything else, then this should be, we should be facing east. Okay, we're facing east now. All right, we'll check this section out. Okay. All right, so I didn't see anything else there. Can we get? We can. Right? Can we? Does this connect? Yeah, this connects. Okay. All right, spell. So it lit up again. So this is the section that we got to when we took the stairs. We got the butter. Just gotta, what are you gonna? You eat my bone bread? Is that what I'm hearing here? All right, that's the pit trap. That's the stairs. Okay. So this should come to. Aha! Yeah, there is a whole section we didn't go through that I don't have marked off. So that's like a little like 1x1 section there. All right. So this rotates out this way. See, I didn't even have this indicated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then it turns. Makes sense. But just following out what we already have. Fit 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then a door. Interesting, interesting. Friendly group of killer wolf. We'll leave them. Okay. Oh, this is a very interesting room here. Okay. Wait, is this legit? This can't be. No, this is legit. It's too legit. It's too legit to quit, is what it is. So this door will take us out to the main hallway that the stairs are on, and this door is yet unknown to us, and it is just one of these. Really? Okay. This has to be, I'm not going to go through this door right now. This has to be a one-way door because, and I will remember to put this down. This is where we're at right now. And then this door would be right here. So this would spit us out in the seemingly dead room. So that has to be just a one-way door there. So we're just going to go back. Unless I'm totally wrong, which I am. No, that was correct. Yeah, we went down, right? And then we turn, right? And then there's just a straight door. Yeah, no. That's correct. Okay. All right. I didn't think it would open more than I intended to. Man in black. Leave it alone. Okay, now we're in this hallway here. There's a door. Other side. Let's go down this way. Scope this door out. A whole bunch of doors. 4 priests. I will fight them. Can I silence these goobers? I don't know if Machinito will take care of them, but Dalto will probably do a fair job. Not silenced, not silenced. That still saves us some aggravation. That's 1 down, 2 down, 3, 4. That's it. Very good. Exploding box. All right, go ahead and disarm that. Potion. Judge should have space in theory. Yep. All right, try to identify this potion for us. Potion of curing, most likely. That it is. All right, we've got a 2x3 room filled with doors here. Oop. I get that right one there. And then a door over here. All right, let's check this door. It's one of those. A strange animal. I think that's a dragon. I think that might be a dragon. I could be wrong. This has Batios on it. It'll do some damage. It seems like kind of a waste though, but it will do some damage. There's some Dalton on him. Hey! Uh-oh. Priest Blaster! Oh, son of a bitch. It got triggered. And we found armor. Well, let's find out what the armor is. That's gonna be rough because we can't unparalyze. yet. Oh, Judd can't carry further stuff. Okay. Silas can. Paralyzed. She can carry that. Just put it on her paralyzed body. It's fine. It's fine. All right, Judd. What do we got? Body armor. Someone has body armor already. It is Silas. I'm surprised Judd can't wear that. I think body armor is much better than anything else. All right, where's Judd at? Judd needs 12,789 to reach level 11, which I think would get the next level. Actually, no. I don't know if he would get another spell at that level. All right, well, let's just continue. You know. Wow, this is a very weird looking location here. But also, this seems impossible based on a lot of stuff, but unless the map didn't line up, that is a one-way door. There was a one-way door. Did I have the map wrong? Oh, I did have the map wrong, didn't I? Okay. All right. Well, this makes a lot more sense then. Okay. Wall. There. One-way door here. Interesting. Okay, so there's some symmetry there. All right. I realized what happened now. Well, that's fine because we're going to go. We're going to leave for now. We just have a few more doors left on this level. And then we'll be on our way. Yeah, I was checking what Judd's level is because I won't fight the were-rats. We're close to Judd gaining some more spells. Judd needs to have the level 3 pre-spells so that he can cast Dialco and get Cure Paralysis. All right, let's just get everybody healed up here. Oh, first, let's see who is who could use that Blade of Biting to good effect. I give it to Jum Jum right now. Ben's got that. Okay, let's trade that. Okay. Body armor. I don't think I can just buy the body armor. Oh, you know, I think Perhimel could probably use that. Yep. Okay. All right, let's get everybody. I'm excited. I should have enough spells to get everybody healed up. What's up, Ryan? Cast high diddle toe with a T. It does not exist. No word I cast it anyway, you weirdo. I think she's the only one that's injured. She's the only person that got hit by a trap. Okay. Now we're leaving. No, Ryan. No. No. I just let everybody rest, even though only the spellcasters need it. 21,000. 107,000. Is Judd the closest to a level at 12,000? I think Judd's the closest to another level. I don't know at what level Judd will gain level 3 spells. I can inspect him in a second here. Let's see who's carrying all the junk in the trunk here. There's that. Yeah, I think we're fine. We're fine. It would be unstoppable. It's terrible. Sat her on a sub 3-hour remake last night. Had a lot of fun. Ooh, I've always wanted to go back to the original Resident Evil and try to beat it as quick as I could. I really should go back. I have this problem where, like, after I finish a game, even if I'm like, I want to do that again but faster, I'm like, nah, people probably don't want to see this again. I've been playing it for like 4 streams. I'll come back to it later. But really, like, the time to make that is like when it's all fresh in your head, so you don't have to look up a map. But I would like to do that again for the original. Although I might see, I gotta see where my save is on that, because I might go through the arrange mode on the director's cut to get, I think that's how you get unlimited Magnum in the first game. Not that I don't like Remake. I like Remake a lot. Remake is, like, to me, the gold standard of what a remake should be of virtually any game. But I really like the original. Mostly, it's a lot of nostalgia factor, but I don't like to play through that again. Erase that. Maybe that's something I'll look into in the future. I have more ideas than I have time to implement them. Most of the fun was planning the routing. Yeah. That's what I love about the Resident Evil games, because most of them, at least the classic ones, are like this, where you can, once you know where everything is at and what will trigger enemies to appear, because there's a lot of things that would, like, you get this key and then that, like, progresses things, like then something happens, right? Once you know where all that is, like, it's a lot of fun to go through and, like, all right, I'll do this order, I'll do that. Well, it's like speed running planning, you know? Do it for the month. Maybe. I have a lot of games. I should start lining games up for Halloween now. Same for Christmas. So it doesn't get down to, like, the day before October starts and I'm like, oh, what do I play? All right, well, I'm gonna wrap it up for tonight. I can get some Snow Bros going though. Parasite Eve for Christmas, you know it. The stuff that I do know, October, we're on Splatterhouse 3. I'm gonna finish out the classic Splatterhouse series. I've never played the third Splatterhouse. I'm very excited to check that out. Fatal Frame 2, Silent Hill 3, Yomawari 3. We just did 2 last year, right? Yeah. some reason I was thinking about it the other day, and I'm like, wait, did I play 3? No, I just did 2 of them. And it should be easy because I played Splatterhouse the first year and I played the second one last year. But for some reason, I keep getting it mixed up in my head. Mark 3, and then other new stuff. With just Silent Hill 3 since it came out. I'm due to replay that one. I'm excited. I'm excited to check it out. Continue that. I never did go back for the other endings in Silent Hill 2. And I'm not going to stream that. There's bits of, like, the end of the game that, like, they were too close to current events at the time in my life, and I didn't want to revisit that. And I kind of still don't right now, but I'll come back to it eventually. Part 3 and Homecoming, my favorite ones. I haven't played Homecoming. I lost track. That's another series I just completely lost track of, and every time I would see games like, really, that happened? So we got those. Parasite Eve, Christmas, probably Mizurna Falls, Christmas as well. Drove a car into a lake and drowned. I did not get that ending. I got the, what is it called? The Leave ending. Yeah, just like hospitals and people being sick and stuff is, yeah, it was more than I wanted to, it was more than I wanted to think about. I've never driven a car into a lake. It seems like the kind of thing that would be very bad, but at the same time, like, there's a lot of things in life that are bad that I still think are worth experiencing. The more I consider events in my life, the more I kind of align with the Cenobites, where I'm just like, yeah, I mean, that was rough, but like, it was an experience. Maybe I need to really rethink my life philosophy a little bit. Completely gank the aim if you're good at the combat system. Was that in Homecoming? Oh yeah, I mean I could see that. Things you could do if you're obscenely rich. Yeah, I don't think you even need to be obscenely rich. You just need to be like slightly rich. Or because like I know people who have done things, and I think about like the consequences of the thing that they've done and how like this person should be in jail. Nah, they're fine. They got a lawyer. It wasn't that big of a deal. Like, well, how do they pay for that lawyer? Like, they don't have money. Their job doesn't pay a lot. What's going on? I know there's like people that I've known in life that like they didn't commit like serious crimes like a murder or something. It was stupid stuff that it just so happens the area we live in is like, no. And I'm just constantly baffled by like, how do they pay for the attorneys? How are they doing this stuff? Sometimes it's hard to just line up perfectly. It's just like a lot of things in my life where I'm like struggling financially and looking at somebody else who I know has a lower income than I have, doing things that I'm like, I couldn't dream of doing. Now, a lot of that I realized as time went on was, oh, they don't have money. What they do have is $45,000 in credit card debt that I don't have. Oh, okay, well that lines up. That makes sense. But there's other stuff too. You guys did any of you guys like working on cars? Anybody like working on cars, right? You ever watch like YouTube car stuff where they got like project cars? They find like an old beat up car and they fix it up. And I always think that looks so cool. Like, oh, that would be great to work on something like that. Just to have like an old car in the garage, just kind of mess around with. When I start looking at that stuff and realize like, God damn, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to pull that stuff off. Just getting the car itself is like, that's more money than I got in the bank just for that old beat up car. I don't know. There's something else I was going to talk about today. I completely forgot about it. Anyway, let me save this map. Second one, let's look at the map before we leave Wizardry for today. Yeah, this is a really weird floor. There's going to be some empty sections here. Like there's this section here. Let me pull up my my pointer. Everybody loves. There's this section here I think is just empty. I don't think there was another door there. The section here appears to just be completely empty. The section here I think will remain empty because we went through this door and there was nothing there. And then because this is a one-way door, we got trapped and we're forced to walk through a pit trap, and Ben and Judd died again because of the pit trap, which is separate from the time that I just walked into the pit trap today and killed them. There's this door down here. Who knows what that'll open up into. And then there's these two doors. Well, this door doesn't go anywhere else. It just goes back in the hallway. So whatever is in this room. So we should be able to wrap up floor 6 completely next time. If I had another like 40 minutes, I'm pretty sure I could just wrap it all up today. But I don't. Let me save this map. All right, can this? Oh, this won't work. That's right. That's right. This won't. Bum, bottom, bum. Oh, sure. I think a lot of this stuff is going to be broken today. Well, I'll give it the old college try. There's something like a lot of the stuff that I have set up for switching scenes relies on buttons in the Stream Deck that are broken by an update. I mentioned this at the beginning, so this may not function properly here. So a lot of the church I used to do, all your church members is normal. So there's like 50K of 200,000 in debt. There are so many people that like I worked really hard to not have any debt, and I have no debt. No car payment. My car's paid off. No student loan. But it took a lot. I got really deep in debt. I was living in a bad situation. I got really deep in debt back in 2008 to 2010. Was financially disastrous for me. And basically just took a loan out from the bank to consolidate all of the debt, and then like spent 4.5 years chewing it down, and it was tough. Because I had to, like, for a few years anyway, I had to live really cheap. And then what ultimately turned it around is I got a raise at work at the job that I had that let me like really accelerate the payments. But I went through a lot for that, and then that's like my whole life now is like anything to avoid any kind of debt. No debt. All of that money just goes to, paying bills and whatever. Don't owe anything. I mean, that's, in my mind, that's where you should be. I don't know. There are a lot of people who say like, no, it's good to have debt. Like you should have debt. I don't necessarily agree with that, but just, I don't, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe what do I know, Maybe I'm the dummy. I don't know. I'll judge for yourselves. All right. Well, that is all for Wizardry this week. We made some good progress. A couple of people died, but they didn't stay dead. They all came back. The very next day, we thought they were a goner, but they came back. Nobody leveled. Our experience demands are much higher now. We've almost got 6. We'll have 6 completely finished off, and we'll check 7 out. We'll see how terrifying that is. We're slowly but surely closing in on Wordna. I'm dying to see what we get for any of the next levels, how far we can take these people, and if there's any better equipment to be found. Because right now we're just finding a lot of the same kind of stuff, and like it's good. Everyone's kind of decked out. I'd like to find some new equipment, but we'll see. We'll see what we get to next time. I'll be back on Wednesday. I don't know yet. I have like 4 games that I want to start playing, and I'm just going to pick randomly which one I do for Wednesday. But it'll be earlier in the day on Wednesday. So look forward to that. I'll update that. I'll probably have a schedule. I don't know if I'll do a schedule this week because it's only going to be like the 2 or 3 days. I mean, just play it by ear. But the following week, we'll be back on a schedule. We'll see where things sit with the new time, see how that works out. Hopefully you can make it. If nobody can make it, if I don't see any recognizable names, then, well, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll just have to rethink it, but we're gonna give it a shot. We're gonna give it a shot. Anyway, that's all well and good, but don't go anywhere yet because it's time for Snow Bros. This may be completely janked out here. Some of this will work. Some of it will not. Okay, we got audio there. I had to check because like some of the buttons are just not really working right. Some of the processes. Well, the way I had it programmed is I will have it like disable the capture and re-enable it because sometimes it acts funky. But I guess it worked without that. Did I not? I swore I was further than this last time. All right, let me look at this real quick here. It's not this. No, 424 that was last time. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Get out of here. Yeah, oh my God, I thought I was done for. The reason I was freaking out is because, like, there we go. I can't jump that high without the snowball. Oh, my potion. My potion! My potion! I need it. I'm just gonna have to wait. What's up, Anochi? The snow, what hit him? That's a lot of snow. That's more snow than a Florida narc agent. I thought I was about to get nailed by that Wolfman Jack over there. I thought I was trapped in there. Everything was going wrong. Oh my God, I thought for sure I was doomed there. Not the most efficient, not the most bestest way to get that. Okay. We're at floor 37 out of 50. We're slipping closer and closer. And as long as I can get there without dying once more, it'll be worth it. Because I'll get the full complete ending, which I think is just like one additional screen. It's so not worth it. It's so not worth the trouble, but I have to do it. I have to do it. Hold up. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Things are starting to calm down a little bit. Starting to get back to the swing of things. I have to adjust my schedule and time and everything. What's up, Glitch? Welcome in. You made it. But sadly, we are wrapping up before the evening. Sorry, I joined the stream late. No worries. No worries. I don't know if you saw Ryan at the post in the Discord, or basically anybody else who might not have been here earlier, but starting next week, we're going to be doing streams earlier. We're moving it to like 3 p.m. That's Eastern time. For a variety of reasons, many reasons. I don't know how well it's going to work out. If too many people can't make it earlier in the day, that kind of puts the kibosh on it, but we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully people can make that earlier time because it just is working better for me right now. But we'll see how it works. We'll see how it works. If you can't make it, you know, it is unfortunate, and I will miss you. This goes out to anybody who can't make it on there. But we'll see how that does. Let me see if I see somebody live currently. Sundays are always... Oh, man, Gaga's playing Persona 2. I'm gonna get that link there. Oh, for some reason I saw Glitch. I'm like, is Glitch streaming? Like, no, Glitch isn't streaming. They're 3 p.m. right in the middle of the reruns of Designing Women. You know what, man? Honestly, like, I haven't seen Designing Women in probably 20 years. And if I caught that on TV, I would probably be hard pressed to tear myself away from it. All right, well, I'll just post a link to Mangaga, who is currently playing Persona 2, Eternal Punishment. It's on part 6. If you're interested, pop in, say hello. I got the hashtag there. You can post. I will be back on Wednesday. If anything changes, then I'm back sooner. Maybe. Who knows? I probably won't, though. But I'll be back on Wednesday for some game, some good times. And hopefully you'll be around for it. Thank you so much, as always, for hanging out with me. Thanks for watching. Hope you've enjoyed Wizardry as much as I have. And sorry for leaving the map up for too long. Again, I do it all the time. I will never change, sadly. Anyway, thanks as always for dropping on. I hope you enjoyed. I hope to see you again on the next one. Until that time, so long, everybody. Bye-bye.